Catherine Grange, DOROTHYKATHERINE, GRANGE.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you presently employed?
I work at Washington University School of Medicine.
And what do you do there?
I'm a clinical geneticist in the Division of Genetics and Genomic Medicine in the Department of Pediatrics.
And you indicated Washington University School of Medicine. Are you based out of any local area hospitals?
St. Louis Children's Hospital.
And do you see patients there?
Yes.
How long have you been a geneticist?
I completed my fellowship training in July of 1989.
Can you tell the jury the overall training, education, and experience you have?
Yes, so I went to college at Mount Holyoke College in Massachusetts. Then I went to medical school at the University of Florida in Gainesville, Florida. Then I went to the University of Wisconsin in Madison for my pediatrics training and 1 year of pathology. And then I went to the NIH for a medical genetics fellowship.
And you indicated you had completed that fellowship some time ago.
Yes.
What hospital systems have you worked in?
I worked at Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital and then St. Louis Children's Hospital.
And as part of being a medical doctor, do you have to undergo continuing education and things like that?
Yes.
And is your area of expertise, is that considered a specialized training?
Yes.
Did you ever have a patient by the name of Christian Ferguson?
Yes, I did.
And when did Christian Ferguson become your patient?
When he was 3 days old.
Was this at Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital or someplace else?
Cardinal Glennon.
So you were working with Christian Ferguson from the time he was born, basically?
Yes.
Do you know who Dawan Ferguson is?
Yes, I do.
Do you know who Theda Wilson at the time is?
Yes.
Why was it that Christian Ferguson came to be in your care?
Well, at 3 days of age, he became critically ill. He was born over at St. Mary's Hospital and developed neurological symptoms at 2 to 3 days of age. And then he was transferred to the neonatal intensive care unit at Cardinal Glennon. And then I was called to see him because he had severely elevated ammonia level in the blood.
So you get called in, and is it your job to assess what may or may not be wrong with Christian?
Yes, because when you have a newborn with a high ammonia level, there's a high chance that there's an inborn error of metabolism causing that.
What does that mean?
That means that there's potentially an enzyme defect, a genetic disorder involving metabolism of protein and causing the ammonia level to go extremely high. And so then we need to do additional specialized testing to determine what the cause is.
And were you able to determine what the cause was?
Yes, I was.
And what was that cause?
Citrullinemia type 1.
Can you explain to the jury how a child develops or suffers from citrullinemia?
It's what we call an autosomal recessive disorder. So both parents are carriers for that condition. And then the baby will inherit 2 copies of the abnormal gene and be affected by the condition.
Is this a common disease or a rare disease?
It's rare.
Approximately how rare?
Somewhere between 1 in 60,000 to 1 in 200,000 newborns.
And you indicated a moment ago both parents have to be a carrier and the child has to receive both of those abnormal genes from both parents.
Correct.
And that's not a common occurrence, correct?
No, it's rare.
Can you describe to the jury what citrullinemia means as it relates to the patient?
So it's a defect in an enzyme called argininosuccinate synthetase deficiency, which means that he is unable to convert citrulline to arginine in what's known as the urea cycle. So that's an enzymatic pathway in the body that helps metabolize ammonia, which is toxic to the body if it builds up in body fluids and tissues. So it can cause the ammonia level to go up very high in the body because there's a block in that pathway, and he's unable to make arginine and then cannot complete the urea cycle process to get rid of the ammonia through the urine via urea.
Are there medications that can counteract this disease?
Yes, there are medications that we can use. When the ammonia is very high, we often do hemodialysis or hemofiltration to bring the ammonia level down rapidly.
And what does that mean?
Is that large bore IV catheters are placed into the vessels, and the baby is put on hemodialysis like you would do for somebody that has kidney failure, for example, same idea. But that helps get rid of the ammonia rapidly, and then after that we would start medications to keep the ammonia down.
So when a patient with citrullinemia is at home, do they take regular medication to keep those ammonia levels down?
Yes, so there's IV forms of the medication we can give in the hospital, but then once that ammonia level is down and the condition is under control, then we start oral medications.
But you had mentioned earlier that if there is some sort of high ammonia level, it's better to do that something dialysis word you mentioned earlier, correct?
Hemodialysis or hemofiltration, yes.
Okay. And because that lowers those levels rapidly.
Right.
And what is the risk of keeping those levels high for an extended period of time?
The higher the level is and the longer that it stays high, there's brain damage. So the brain can swell. There can be neurological symptoms like seizures and abnormal movements, and that can progress to brain swelling and then ultimately death.
If a patient has citrullinemia and they receive the medications, I guess let me rephrase it this way. Is it possible to manage a patient with citrullinemia without risk of these constant hyperammonemic states?
Yes, it is. There's also a special diet that needs to be maintained, which was low protein intake in the diet with high carbohydrates and high fats, with essential amino acid supplements, plus taking the medications. There's what we call ammonia scavenger medications that help get rid of the excess ammonia in the body, and then these patients also require arginine supplement because their body cannot make arginine.
Do you work with dietitians to ensure that there is an appropriate dietary program in place?
Yes, we have metabolic dietitians that are specifically trained in how to take care of these patients that have rare metabolic disorders.
And like you said earlier, if you abide by the medications in the diet, citrullinemia can be managed.
It can be managed, yes.
When you met with Dawan Ferguson and Theta, were they instructed on what to look out for if Christian was entering or at risk of entering into one of those hyperammonemic states?
Yes, on many occasions.
And can you describe to the jury the instructions they received or what they were told to look out for?
Things to look out for would be lethargy, decreased appetite, decreased oral intake of formula and medications, vomiting, if the child is able to walk, an inability to walk or staggering gait, changes in mental status, those types of things could all indicate elevated ammonia.
What about vomiting?
Vomiting, yes.
What about moaning?
If the child were going into a coma-like state, yes, there could be moaning.
And if they're going into a coma-like state, would that mean that they're into already one of those high ammonia level states?
Likely, yes.
Now, I understand that Christian, on I believe his third day of life, had suffered from elevated ammonia levels. That is what triggered your involvement, correct?
That's correct.
Oh, sorry. It is leading, but I think it's just recapping, so I'll overrule it. You may want to ask again.
Thank you. That's what triggered your involvement, right?
Yes, I was called by the neonatologist to come see him because he had neurological symptoms, leading them to check an ammonia level, and when it was elevated, they called genetics.
And there were, or I'll rephrase, were there any effects that had on Christian because of that third day event?
Yes, when he came over from St. Mary's, he was having some seizure activity. He was obtunded. He was in a coma, essentially, had dilated pupils. So he was critically ill at that time.
But prior to that, the parents were not aware that he had citrullinemia.
No, nobody would know about that. The babies with this appear completely normal at birth, and then when they start consuming formula or breast milk containing protein, it takes a couple days and then they will start to develop symptoms.
Now, even though this happened to Christian and he underwent that first hyperammonemic state, was he able to, in childhood, if you know, walk, talk, move around, do things like that?
Yes.
Was he able to grow and develop?
Yes. He did have some developmental delays in the area of speech and language development in particular, and we did have him evaluated by the Knights of Columbus Developmental Center at Cardinal Glennon.
And so does that mean he would maybe need specialized education or things of that nature?
Yes, he needed therapy services when he was young, and then he would require special education once he got to school.
But he was able to use the restroom on his own?
Yes, he was toilet trained.
He was able to walk?
Yes.
Able to talk?
Yes.
Was he able to consume foods by his mouth?
Yes.
Did he require any sort of feeding tube?
No. Not at that time.
Dr. Grange, were you still treating Christian Ferguson in January of 2001?
Yes.
Did you become aware that something had happened to Christian on January 16th of 2001?
Yes, he came to the emergency department at Cardinal Glennon.
What time did he come to the emergency department?
I believe he arrived approximately at noon that day.
Did you speak with the defendant about what had happened to Christian?
Yes, I did.
And did you create notes of those interactions?
Yes.
Okay. And have you reviewed those notes just to refresh your memory here today?
Yes, I have.
What, if anything, did Dawan Ferguson tell you had happened to Christian in the day or two leading up to that hospitalization?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So I was told that people in the family were having an illness associated with vomiting and other gastrointestinal symptoms. I was told, according to my note, that Christian was taking all of his medications and ate normally the day before that, which would have been January 15th. But that last evening, meaning the evening of the 15th, he had complained of abdominal pain before going to bed. And then is that what you want so far? Or?
Did he indicate whether or not he checked on Christian at all?
He said he put him to bed and decided to keep him home from school to let him sleep. And he went to check on him at 11:15 in the morning on the 16th.
11:15 in the morning on the 16th.
That's what I wrote in my note, yes.
Is there any record of him calling you or attempting to make contact with you that day?
Yes, I wrote in my note that Father called me, and I don't know exactly what time, and then brought Christian to the emergency department at Cardinal Glennon.
Was there anything in the records or anything from your independent recollection where you told him to wait or wait to hear from you or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
Abdominal pain and things like that, if a child is feeling sick. Was Dawan Ferguson instructed by you to contact you or the hospital to check on whether or not that would need to be a hospital visit?
Yes, we wanted the parents to call us and let us know if the child was not doing well so we could decide what plan of action we should take.
Were they instructed by you in the hospital to not wait until the next day to see if it got worse?
In general, yes, we wanted them to bring him in as soon as possible if there was any concern about the developing illness.
And would this have been any sort of situation where it was, let's just wait several hours to hear from Dr. Grange, or would you have said, take him in and we'll figure it out from there?
Hold on a second.
Judge, I'm going to object to this question. It's speculative in nature.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. I think if you have something more concrete to ask for what occurred.
Sure, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Let's talk about what all happened to Christian on January 16th of 2001 and leading into the next weeks and months. Can you tell the jury about that?
Well, when he arrived at the emergency department that day, He could not be aroused. He was obtunded. He had no response to pain and no spontaneous movements.
So, I'm going to stop you right there.
Yes.
By the time Christian came to the hospital around noon, he could not be aroused.
No, and my note indicates that when Dawan went to wake him up at 11:15, he had just vomited in bed and could not be aroused at that time.
Well, keep going.
Okay. So when he arrived to the emergency department, the initial ammonia was 632.
Is that considered high?
That's extremely high. The normal would be up to about 40 or 50. So then he also began having seizures in the emergency department and was given medications, 2 different medications to stop the seizure activity. He was started on IV fluids. He was given the IV medications that we use during critical illnesses, which include sodium benzoate and sodium phenylacetate and arginine, all through an IV. He needed to be intubated, put on a ventilator, and then he was transferred to the pediatric intensive.
Approximately how often did you want to have clinical visits with Christian?
At that age, about every 3 months. When he was younger, when he was an infant, we saw him much more often, maybe even every week or 2, and then spaced out to every month. As he got older, we'd like to see him every 3 months, roughly.
In 2002 and 2003, were you seeing Christian Ferguson every 2 to 3 months?
No. Let me get my notes.
You were not?
No, by that time I had moved over to St. Louis Children's Hospital.
And did Christian, his care follow you there?
His care followed me. After I left Cardinal Glennon, he was admitted there a few times while he was still at Rankin, Jordan. And then
And just so we're clear, that's still within that January to June of 2001 overall hospital. So at some times he would go from Rankin and back.
He had to go back to Cardinal Glennon, I believe, 3 times.
Okay.
Once was related to an infection of an indwelling catheter that he had.
Okay. So let's talk about after that stay.
Okay. Then on July 5th of 2001, so he was back with his father at that time, is my understanding, according to the review of my records. He went to Cardinal Glennon with lethargy and a high ammonia level, and because I was no longer at Cardinal Glennon, they transferred him over to St. Louis Children's Hospital for continuing management.
And this is still in that July of 2001 time period?
July 2001.
Okay. When was the next time you saw Christian?
Then he came back for a follow-up visit on July 25th to see me in clinic after he had recovered from that illness.
We're still talking about the year 2001?
2001,
Okay.
right.
Did you see him anymore in 2001?
He came back on November 15th, 2001 for another visit.
So from July till November, you didn't see him?
Right, it was about 3.5 months.
When was the next time you saw Christian after that November of 01 time period?
Then he came in on February 13th, 2002.
Okay. Next time?
Then he got admitted to the hospital from May 6th to May 9th of 2002 for an illness. So we saw him then, but it was in the hospital, not in the clinic.
All right. So we have May 6th to the 9th of 2002.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
When was the last time you saw Christian after that?
I saw him on March 6th, 2003.
So from May 6th of 2002, you did not see Christian until March 6th of 2003.
Correct.
Almost an entire year later.
10 months, yes.
And he's supposed to be seen by you every 3 to 4?
Yes.
Were letters or phone calls made by the hospital to try to schedule follow-up appointments?
Yes, he had an appointment on June 20th, 2002, after that hospitalization in May, but he did not come to the appointment. And then we sent a reminder letter on June 24th to reschedule the appointment.
Was it ever rescheduled?
No.
Let's talk about that March 6th of 2003. Who brought Christian to the hospital?
Kim Nero, his home nurse.
Was Dawan Ferguson present?
No.
Is that unusual?
Objection relevance.
Overruled. You may answer, ma'am.
Well, some of the earlier visits, Dawan had come with one of the home nurses. There was another visit where he just, let's see here. The February 13th, 2002 visit, he just came with the home nurse as well. So yes, I mean, many times one of the parents will come with the home nurse, so the home nurse can listen to the discussion and the plan for care. So we obviously want the parent to be there.
But that March 6th, 2003, Dawan was not there.
No.
Can you tell the jury about why you insisted on that March 6th, 2003 visit?
On December 2nd, 2002, Kim Nero, the nurse, called our office and requested refills for Christian's medications. And we did that for 3 months to make sure that he wouldn't run out of the medications, but she was told that Christian was very overdue for an appointment and needed to be seen. And then that's when they made the appointment, but we didn't actually see him until March. There were some more phone calls in between Kim Nero and our dietitian as well.
Okay. So he was very overdue, so you insisted on him coming before you guys would refill prescriptions any further?
Right. We gave him a 3-month supply, but said you need to bring him in because typically we need to see a patient once a year to refill any prescription.
And that is on a more standard, healthier patient, not someone like Christian?
Right. I'm just saying in general, legally, we're supposed to see a patient, any patient, once a year in order to keep refilling their medications.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury how Christian's weight and height developed or changed from 2001, from November 15th, 2001 to June 6th of 2003?
On November 15th, his weight was 26.2 kilograms, which is about 57 pounds. When we saw him on March 6th, he was 23 kilograms, which is about 50 pounds.
So he had dropped approximately 7 pounds in that 2-year period?
It was less than 2 years, but yes.
What, if you know, what percentile was Christian on the growth chart?
On March 6th,
Yes.
3rd percentile.
Did you have concerns about, well, let's talk about Christian's height. In those 2-year periods, did Christian grow at all?
Well, the height that we marked on March 6th was below the 3rd percentile. So he had been on the 3rd percentile and he'd fallen below the 3rd percentile.
So he shrunk?
No, he didn't shrink. He just didn't grow.
Okay, so he stayed the exact same height?
Yes, according to my notes here, yes.
So let's talk about a child between the ages of 7 and 9 dropping 7 pounds and not growing at all in height. Is that concerning to you?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury why?
Well, we expect children to grow along their own growth chart appropriately. We don't want them to lose weight or just stop growing in height. That's not normal. Even though Christian was always shorter for his age, we still wanted him to continue growing along his own percentile where he had been.
And children between the ages of 7, 8, 9 typically grow quite a bit during those years, correct?
Objection, speculation, Judge.
She's a doctor that studies growth charts. I don't believe it's speculation. It's within her expertise.
Yeah, the doctor's credentials are outstanding and have been set before the jury. She's in a position to be able to answer a question like this. So it doesn't call for speculation, it actually calls for hypothesis based on her extensive experience and education. So the objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you expect them to grow?
Yes.
Even children with citrullinemia are expected to grow along their own growth chart, correct?
Yes.
Did you raise concerns to Dawan about the importance of refilling prescriptions timely?
Yes, on occasion.
Did you instruct him of the importance and necessity of all of those medications?
Yes, I think he was well aware of that.
Were several of those medications that he was prescribed life-sustaining medications?
Yes.
Did they counteract the levels of ammonia?
Yes.
And without those medications, those ammonia levels would rise?
Yes, we would expect them to rise.
After March of 2003, did you ever have any more visits with Christian Ferguson?
No.
Did your hospital try contacting the Ferguson household for follow-up visits?
My notes indicate that Nancy Brody, the dietitian, spoke with Kim Nero again, or tried to speak with her in April and May and was not able to get a hold of anybody.
Did she also try to call the Ferguson household and left messages?
Yes. That she said that in her notes, yes.
And did those go unanswered?
Yes.
Dr. Grange, if a patient is experiencing those symptoms, that would mean he was entering into a hyperammonemic crisis. Would your hospital protocol have been to wait and take him in themselves or to call 911?
If he were obtunded, unable to be aroused, or showing any severe neurological symptoms like that, we would want the family to just call 911.
And did you instruct the parents of Christian Ferguson of those concerns and those necessities?
I believe they knew that over the many years that I followed him.
If Christian Ferguson had been up all night vomiting and he did not receive medical hospital intervention, how long would he be able to survive?
Without medications or nutrition or fluids, maybe 48 hours to 72 hours at the most.
If Christian Ferguson did not have his G-tube in his stomach and was moaning and his eyes were rolling in the back of his head, would that be indicative of him entering into one of those hyperammonemic states?
Yes, I would be highly suspicious that that was happening, yes.
And if those factors were present, how long would Christian Ferguson be able to survive without hospital or medical intervention?
Maybe 24 hours.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge.
You may proceed when you're ready.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, Dr. Grange, with your experience and training that you talked about on direct, you're more of an authority on citrullinemia than you would say parents, patients, or parents, nurses, or pharmacists. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And the condition of citrullinemia, it is quite rare.
Yes.
And Christian had the severe forms. I think there's type 1 and type 2.
No, type 2 is actually a different genetic condition with a different gene involved.
Okay.
But within type 1, there is a range of severity. And Christian had what we call classic citrullinemia type 1, which presents as a newborn with a severe presentation.
And as you had testified, this is a disease to manage the ammonia in the body, correct? Is that right?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So with the disease, the ammonia levels can rise in the body, which can then cause, as we said, certain symptoms
Yes.
of citrullinemia. Okay. And when you're given the medications to manage citrullinemia, the ammonia that can build up in the body passes through the urine? Is that?
Yes, well, yes, that's true. The ammonia scavengers, like the sodium phenylbutyrate, which is the oral form of the medication that he was on, helps conjugate the excess ammonia, and that's excreted into the urine. And then the arginine that he is given helps drive the urea cycle around, past the blockage, and then more of the ammonia is excreted in the urine in the form of urea.
And in your training and experience with treating patients with citrullinemia, is their urine sometimes a bit more stronger or potent because of that?
The medication, particularly the sodium phenylbutyrate, has a very bad smell and taste.
Okay.
So that could cause an unusual odor, yes.
Okay. And again, in your experience treating patients with citrullinemia, when they're taking those types of medications, have you ever seen where a patient might have an odor because of the medications that they're taking?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with citrullinemia, it is possible to live to adulthood. Is that correct?
It is possible.
Okay. But the overall life expectancy is lower than normal.
Yes.
And over your career, you've treated a total, was it 8 citrullinemia patients?
Yes, there have been 8 patients that I'm either primarily or secondarily involved with, yes, in their care, yes.
And with treating citrullinemia, I think you testified on direct, there's a regimen of medications and the special diet that you had talked about.
Correct.
Right. Now, symptoms of citrullinemia, as you said, could be vomiting and anorexia.
If their ammonia is high, they often lose their appetite and are unable to, or not interested in eating. They would have decreased oral intake of formula or foods. Yes, that could happen.
Which can lead to weight loss.
It could, yes.
And were you, with your treatment with Christian, aware that he had pica, where he put things in his mouth?
My clinic note indicated that he would mouth objects,
Okay.
but I'm not aware that he ate or swallowed any of those things.
And in your experience also dealing with patients with citrullinemia, weight loss in the child doesn't necessarily mean that the caregiver did anything wrong. There could be other reasons as well, correct?
Is that a statement or
I'm
a
asking.
question?
No, it's a question. I can ask it again.
Could you rephrase
Yeah.
it, please?
In your experience treating patients with citrullinemia, if a child loses weight, that doesn't necessarily mean that the caregiver did something wrong.
Not necessarily. We want to know more about the situation. Was there vomiting, diarrhea, intolerance of the formula that the child was being given, another illness happening, or some other medical condition unrelated to citrullinemia that would cause them not to be able to gain weight?
And going to January of 2001, where Christian was sick, the coma then led to the disability.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And I believe you had testified, to your knowledge, the information you were given is that there was a virus in the family, I guess a stomach virus at the time.
We were told that people in the household were having vomiting and other gastrointestinal symptoms.
Mhm.
Yes.
Which is a stomach virus?
Could be.
Okay. And you, based on that information, you had believed that the viral infection could have caused that hyperammonemia.
That could have triggered.
Yeah.
That could have triggered his illness with the abdominal pain and then vomiting. Yes, that could have started the illness.
And based on that information that you received about what was going on at the house at that time, you didn't blame Dawan for that incident.
Objection, Your Honor, invades the province of the jury.
Yeah, that'll be sustained.
When Dawan brought Christian in for that incident in January of 2001, you didn't call the police or protective services on Dawan, correct?
I did not know.
Okay. And you and other hospital staff are mandated reporters, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, talking a bit about the life-sustaining medication, again, in your training and experience dealing with this disease, if a child goes a few days without the correct amount of the life-sustaining medication or too little of it, will they have a hypoammonemic episode?
Potentially, yes.
So because of that, a child with citrullinemia can't go weeks without the proper amount of life-sustaining medication.
That's correct.
Okay. And fair to say months.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Right.
They would need to be hospitalized if something happened. Well, they can't go, I'm just saying.
Could you rephrase the question? How long would are you saying they would be without the medications? Months? I don't think they would be alive if they went months without the medication.
Okay. So let's talk about the G-tube. The G-tube is a way to get in nutrition and medication. Is that correct, in the body?
That's correct.
And even after the G-tube was put in, Christian was able to eat orally as well.
Yes, he was allowed to eat by mouth.
And it is possible for a G-tube to come out and be replaced.
Yes, that happens sometimes.
And you've seen it happen where children have pulled out the G-tube before?
Sometimes a child can pull it out. Yes, they could grab onto it and pull it out. That could happen.
And a child with a G-tube, with an experienced caregiver, they can put it back in.
They can be trained on how to put in a new tube, yes.
Okay. And caregivers or parents can easily do that at home if they're trained, as you said.
If they're trained, but if there's any difficulty getting it back in, they have to come to the emergency department and have it reinserted.
Okay. And G-tubes are replaced as needed. Is that right?
Generally, yes.
Okay.
You know, they eventually the plastic starts to corrode or the balloon doesn't work anymore and it needs to be changed.
And if, like you said, the plastic is cracked, the G-tube can be taken out, replaced, and then thrown in the trash.
Yes.
Okay. So pulling out a G-tube does not automatically result in death.
No.
And I believe when we were talking about needs to be put back in sooner rather than later, we're talking about the stoma.
Yes, the opening in the abdominal wall is called the stoma.
And the stoma can close quickly. Is that correct?
It can begin closing within a matter of hours.
Okay. So as you had testified about warning signs of hyperammonemia, it's sleepiness, lethargy, vomiting, staggering, and confusion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
And there were times when Dawan would call and let the staff know he's
Objection, hearsay.
That'll be sustained.
There were times when Dawan, I guess, would notice those signs in Christian and bring him to the hospital.
Is that
Same
that's a
objection, Your Honor.
Second.
statement or?
Hold on a second. That'll be, why don't you approach? All right, you may be seated. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the delay. Hopefully you had a good lunch break. We're now, as you will recall, the state is rested. So now we're moving into the defense side. And my understanding is, Steele, you have some witnesses that the defense would like to call. All right, so we'll be in the defendant's case, and you may call your first witness.
My name is Sonia, S-O-N-Y-A, Burden, B-U-R-D-E-N.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Could you state your name for the jury, please?
Sonia Burden.
Ma'am, could you scoot up a little closer and move the microphone closer to you? Thank you.
Sonia Burden.
Thank you. And Ms. Burden, back in the year 2003, where were you employed?
I was employed at the Avenue Women's Clothing Store
Okay. And how long had you been employed by the Avenue?
for 2 years.
And which location did you work at?
Where I worked at several locations, but Northwest Plaza, Creek Core, St. Charles Rock Road, and the last one was the Clock Tower.
Okay. And how long did you work at the Clock Tower location?
About 7 months.
And when you worked there, did you work with someone by the name of Cherie Holder?
Yes,
And did you work with someone there by the name of Monica? I think she went by Bloomfield at
that's
the time.
correct. Yes.
And how long did you work with Cherie Holder?
About 4 months, 4 or 5 months. I hired her. So yeah, about 4 or 5 months.
And how long did you work with Monica?
November 2003 until July of 2004.
Okay. And what was your title at the store?
I was the general manager.
And what about Cherie Holder
A part-time associate.
and Monica?
She was my assistant manager.
And would you see or hang out with Cherie Holder outside of work?
Only about 2 occasions.
And what about Monica?
No.
Did Monica have transportation to the store?
She was picked up and dropped off by her husband,
And who was her husband at the time?
Dawan.
And did you know Dawan?
No.
Okay. And when she would get dropped off and picked up at the store, would Dawan sometimes come in?
No.
Would there be occasions where Dawan would be in the store for hours?
No. He would sometimes drop off lunch to her, but he would come and go.
There has been testimony here that sometime in 2004, you had a conversation with Cherie Holder in regards to a conversation she had with Monica and Dawan Ferguson one evening. Did Cherie ever come to you about a conversation that she had with Dawan and Monica in regards to Christian?
No.
Did Cherie ever come to you at any time and tell you that Monica and Dawan confessed to killing Christian to you?
No.
How do you know that did not happen?
Well, she didn't know who they were at that time when she was employed at the Avenue.
But I'm saying, how are you certain that you didn't have that conversation with Cherie?
How I'm certain I didn't?
Yeah.
Oh, I know I didn't have a conversation with her.
Okay.
There's no way I would hold that type of information.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Hi, Ms. Willis.
Aye.
So you indicated you did work with Cherie Holder
That's correct. I hired her as a part-time associate.
for several months,
Mm-hmm.
and Cherie worked with Monica.
That's correct.
And Cherie reported to you sexual harassment involving Dawan and Monica, correct?
That's correct.
And she indicated how they were pursuing her for a three-way relationship.
That's correct.
And she told you about how they were dropping off lingerie and sex toys,
That's correct.
and that it was reported to corporate.
That's correct.
Were you friendly with Cherie?
Friendly as.
Did you get along with her?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Oh yes. She was good. Good girl.
Were you closer with Cherie or with Monica?
Cherie.
And the two of them knew each other.
That's correct. Yeah.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No.
Our witness may be released.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
It's Monica, Monica, Mitchell, Mitchell.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Miss Mitchell, was there a time where you lived with Dawan Ferguson?
Yes.
Okay. And what addresses did you live with him at?
St. Vincent and, it's in Northwoods. I can't think of the name of the street. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Northwoods.
Did you live with him on an address called Sylvan?
No,
You did not.
we didn't. Well, he lived at when he lived at St. Vincent. I lived on Sylvan.
Okay. Is there a time where he moved into Sylvan?
Yes.
Okay. And when you all moved together, did his children move in with you as well?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that, Christian and then Connor?
Yes.
When you lived with Dawan and the boys, did you ever see Dawan administer food and medication to Christian?
I was not present every time he did that.
Okay.
No.
But there were times that you did see it happen?
Very seldom.
Okay.
Once, maybe.
Okay. And with Christian, Christian had the coma in January of 2001, correct?
I'm not sure if it was a coma. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
But he had an incident where he was in the hospital
Yes.
for a period of time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
After that happened, was there additional help that came in the house?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what was the additional help that came in the house?
Nurses, I believe they were nurses to come and monitor him, to give his food, things like that.
Okay. And when the nurses would be in the home, where would you typically be?
I wouldn't interfere with them. I let them do whatever they needed to do. I would be caring for the other 3 children. So.
Now, did you and Dawan have an open relationship?
The last several years of our marriage, yes.
Okay. And can you explain what that means?
That meant that he was free to date whoever he wanted to, and so was I.
Okay. At one time, were you employed at the Avenue?
Yes, I was.
And when did you work there?
I don't know exactly the year. I know I worked more than a year, less than 2. I can't tell you the exact year that I started.
Did you work at a location at Clock Tower?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did you work at that location?
Probably 8, 9 months, probably. I couldn't tell you right off. I can't tell you exactly.
And who was the store manager when you worked there?
Sonia.
And was she always the store manager when you worked there?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you get to work?
Got dropped off by the defendant, Mr. Ferguson.
Okay. And would he pick you up?
Yes.
Okay. And would there be times when he would come inside the store?
No.
So was there ever a time when he dropped you off or picked you up, he'd be in the store for?
No. He just dropped me off and left.
Okay. Did you have a co-worker at the store by the name of Cherie Holder?
That name's not familiar to me.
Okay. Do you know anyone by the name of Santana Contreras?
No, I don't.
Okay. Going into the night of June 10th into June 11th of 2003, the day before Christian went missing, was he alive?
Yes.
I know it's been about almost 20 years now, but do you recall that day or night going into June 10th into June 11th of 2003, anyone mentioning to you something about Christian's G button?
No.
Had you ever seen his G button come out before?
I know that it did because his father would put it back in.
Okay. going into the night, again, on June 10th to June 11th of 2003, did you see or hear anything unusual that night in the house?
No, I did not.
Okay. That night, did everyone go to bed at their normal times?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And what time, if you can recall, that you woke up the next morning?
I woke up because of a phone call, and I'm not sure exactly what time it was because I didn't look at the clock.
Okay. And who called you?
Mr. Ferguson.
In your relationship with Dawan, had you ever seen him drink or use drugs?
No.
Monica, there's been testimony here today that you and Dawan confessed to murdering Christian to a woman named Cherie Holder.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as she is asking this witness to comment on other witnesses' testimony. It's not proper.
Response.
I can change the question.
I'll sustain the objection. I don't necessarily know if you were seeking a comment. You were just setting the groundwork to ask a question, correct?
Correct.
Why don't you rephrase it then?
Yeah. Monica, have you ever been part of a conversation where I'll rephrase. Has there ever been a time where you and Dawan were in a woman's apartment and confessed to murdering Christian?
Never.
Had you ever heard Dawan confess to murdering Christian?
No.
And how can you be certain that that never happened?
I can't because I wasn't present. If it happened, I was not present.
But I'm saying in front of you.
Never. No.
Okay. The night that Christian was sick into the next morning, in June 11th of 2003, was Christian taken into another room and killed by yourself and Dawan?
No.
Would there be times as a family where you all would maybe go out to eat or go do things?
Yes.
Okay. Was there ever a time when you would leave any of the children behind?
No.
Was there ever a time when you would leave Christian home alone?
Never.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Can I have just one moment, Your Honor? Thank you.
Absolutely. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Mitchell.
Good morning.
You lived in that household with Dawan Ferguson, right?
Yes.
You lived in the basement primarily in that house, correct?
He did.
You just testified for the defense here for Ms. Steele. And on that, you did admit that you did not see Dawan feed Christian very often, correct?
Correct.
You've told a couple variations of stories with how that night went. You told the police at the time that you did not see Dawan all night. However, you told Mr. Goldstein that he woke you up in the middle of the night.
He woke me up on a phone call. He woke me up to let me know that Christian wasn't feeling well and that he was going to watch him. And if he got worse, he'd take him to the hospital. And that was the last that we spoke to each other.
You deny knowing anybody by the name Cherie Holder.
That name's not familiar to me.
However, when you were talking with Ron Goldstein, you said, it's possible we could have had a conversation with her. It's possible because we had an open marriage. Everyone knew that.
That's not what I said about her. I don't recognize her name. I don't recognize it.
You deny knowing anything about the G button being missing.
Did I deny it?
You were just asked by Miss Steele, and you said that you never noticed his G button being missing that day.
But I didn't see Christian that day.
Did Connor come up to you and tell you that the G button was missing?
I don't remember that. I don't remember that conversation, no.
So when I'm looking back here, you're denying having a conversation with Cherie Holder where the implication is that Christian was dead because of actions by you and Dawan. You're denying even knowing who Cherie Holder is. You're denying the allegation that Connor told you about the G button being removed.
Connor probably told his father, because when we were living at St. Vincent, he would pull his G button out, and the nurses knew that, and they didn't know how to put it in, so they would go to Mr. Ferguson to ask him how to do it.
Would you agree with me that your memory and statements about who may or may not be responsible from this seems to be pretty favorable to you?
No, it's been 20-something years.
I have no further questions,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor.
Any redirect?
No.
All right, thank you. Witness may be released.
Yep.
All right, you may step down. Thank you, ma'am. All right, defense may call the next witness.
Special Agent Liza Ludovico.
All right, you may begin.
Thank you. Hello again.
Good afternoon.
Just briefly, Special Agent Ludovico, in the course of your investigation, did you happen to interview someone by the name of DeShonda Linwood?
I did.
Okay. And did you interview her more than once?
I did.
Okay. And in your interview with DeShonda, did you speak with her in regards to Christian Ferguson?
I did.
Okay. In that interview with DeShonda Linwood, did she ever describe to you Christian's appearance?
I don't think so, but I'd have to review the report just to be sure.
Would you like to refresh your recollection? Okay. May I approach?
You may.
I'm going to read the whole thing because you're asking about appearance. Right. Okay. All right. Just to be clear.
Has your recollection been refreshed?
It has. Thank you.
So, after reviewing that, was there ever a conversation with DeShonda Linwood in regards to Christian's appearance, his body appearance at all?
Doesn't appear I asked.
Okay.
So answer no.
Okay. And that's in both interviews?
That would be correct.
Okay. And you did speak with her about events of the night, I think June 10th into June 11th, of Christian's disappearance, correct?
I did.
And there was a conversation about her getting up at a certain time and what she might have observed, correct?
Correct.
In this interview with DeShonda, was there any mention about seeing Dawan when she woke up in the middle of the night?
Not according to that interview, no.
Okay. So, was there any mention about her seeing Dawan in the middle of the night, cradling a blanket with what appeared to be a body in it?
No.
Also, in the course of your investigation, you spoke with a then Connor Ferguson, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And is another where you need to refresh your recollection?
I believe so.
May I approach?
You may.
Thank you.
Welcome. I'm sorry.
Is your recollection refreshed?
Thank you. Yes.
That interview that you did with then Connor Ferguson, if you look at the date, was just some months later?
I looked at the date. It was November of 2003.
Correct. So, way closer in time than it is here today, correct?
Yes.
And when you spoke with then Connor, you spoke with him about the night into the morning of Christian's disappearance and what he might have observed and seen?
Yes.
Okay. Was there, did Connor mention anything to you about his brother Christian being taken out of the room and hearing some struggling sounds or anything else in the living room or kitchen?
He did speak of him being taken out of the room.
Okay, but what about some sounds that sound like choking or struggling sound?
He spoke of moaning in that report.
Okay, but I'm saying about any choking sounds and then a whimper?
Specifically, that's not documented in the report.
Okay. And the conversation that you had with DeShonda, the two that you had, those were in 2000, one was in 2003 and then one was in 2004, correct?
I didn't stare at the dates on those, but that probably sounds about right.
Okay. And again, those interviews way closer in time than we are here today.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Can we approach briefly, Your Honor?
You may. Thank you. Ms. Bailey-Smith, you may proceed with your questions.
Thank you. Agent Ludovico, Ms. Steele just asked you about your second interview with Deshonda, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you went to speak with her that second time, at that point, did you have more information about what potentially had happened?
Yes.
And was Deshonda on that second attempt to speak with her, was she recalcitrant to speak with you?
Yes, she was not cooperative.
And in fact, what did she tell you when you initially tried to begin the interview with her?
She said that I had to speak with her family lawyer and that she essentially did not wish to speak with me.
But then she did speak with you, correct?
I wedged in a clarifying question on one issue that I wished to speak with her about, but did not get to speak about anything additionally.
And were you attempting to speak with additional things with her?
Yes.
Now, is Monica Ferguson the mother of Deshonda?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Redirect.
Yes. Agent Ludovico, when you spoke with Deshonda the first time in October of 2003, where did you speak with her at?
I believe I spoke with her at her school.
Okay. And her mom was not present for that interview, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And when you spoke with her at the school, you talked to her about, like I said, you wanted to know about the event she might have observed or seen June 10th into June 11th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this wasn't done at a family home or anything like that, this interview?
No.
Okay. And when you talked to her the first time at the school, did she mention anything about talking to an attorney? Or
No.
you talked to a lawyer?
Not the first time.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Witness may be released. All right, you may step down. Thank you. Safe travels.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name again for the jury?
Dion Dupree,
And how old are you today?
29,
And how are you employed?
self-employed,
All right. How old were you back in June of 2003?
10,
During that summer of 2003, where were you going during the day?
day count,
Day camp? What hours did you attend the day camp?
from 6 to 5:30, 6 a.m. to 5:30.
Where was that day camp located?
I believe North Skinker and Page.
Sir, can you move that microphone a little bit over so we can hear you better? No, the other way. Yeah, there you go. Just, all
Yes, sir.
right,
Gotcha.
thank you.
You said it was near Skinker and Page?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you go to day camp on the morning of June 11th, 2003?
Yes, ma'am.
Who took you to camp that day?
My mom,
And what time did she drop you off?
6 a.m.
Going back to that day, did you see something memorable?
The truck taking off. Only thing I seen.
The truck taking off?
Mm-hmm.
So you said a truck taking off. Can you describe the vehicle a little bit more?
Rude SUV.
What was it?
A rude SUV.
Okay. May I approach?
You may.
This photo is already entered into evidence. It's State's Exhibit 14. Mr. Dupree, can you take a look at this photograph? Do you recognize that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that vehicle?
SUV.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the truck or SUV we saw that morning?
Yes.
Thank you. How certain are you that you saw that SUV drive off that morning?
I'm positive I seen
Could you see who was driving it?
it. No.
Did you see that SUV later again somewhere?
On the news.
And how sure are you that the SUV that you saw later on the news is the same one that you saw drive off that morning?
I'm sure.
And do you know the defendant, Mr. Dawan Ferguson?
No.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Would you take that off for me, please? All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dupree.
Good afternoon.
You just testified that you saw a maroon truck driving off from daycare that day, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How old were you then?
10.
10? It's funny that you said that you saw a maroon truck because when you were deposed, you said it was a car that you couldn't describe speeding off. You were interviewed by the police.
Objection
Hold
to
on
the
a second.
question?
Well, yeah, what was that? If you wish to impeach, you may want to visit with him about his deposition.
Sure, Your Honor.
So objection sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, that question as well as the answer will be stricken from the record. Please disregard it. So why don't you start over with that, please?
Do you remember coming to the conference room in my office a couple weeks ago?
Yes, sir, I remember you.
And do you remember defense counsel asking you about what you observed that day?
That was after that day. I mean, after that happened. It was another car that was parked.
Yes.
That's the car I was talking about.
Sir, listen, hang on a second. He asked you a question about, do you recall being at his office?
Oh, yeah.
So let him go ahead and ask the next question. Go ahead.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. 11 and 12.
Okay.
You see right down here, it's 25. Okay, just read it quietly to yourself. And then move up here to the first one. I'm going to read this aloud and just tell me if I've read it accurately. I don't remember the car. I remember the car, but I ain't talking about the parked car. I'm talking about another car that drove off on the lot after it happened. We didn't see him get kidnapped, but I'm just saying, like you see a car driving fast that's across the street. Did I read that accurately?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You were interviewed by the police when you were 10 years old. Do you remember that?
Yeah, but not the conversation.
You never told them that you saw that.
No, I don't remember that.
You met with Ron Goldstein from my office. You never told him about it.
No, I don't remember that.
And you actually met with me and Ron Goldstein a couple months ago, and you never told me or Ron Goldstein about that.
About what?
Seeing a car speed away fast.
That's the SUV I was talking about. I call a lot of cars.
My question to you is, you never told me or Mr. Goldstein about a car speeding off, correct?
No, I don't remember that.
The first time we ever heard about this was actually in the deposition when Miss Steele was sitting right across from you. I want to ask you a question. Do you have a brother by the name Javon Dupree?
Objection relevant.
It goes to the witness's credibility, Your Honor.
Approach, please.
Based on the rulings, Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You're free to go. All right. You may call the defense's next witness, please.
John Rogers.
All right.
Your Honor, may we actually reapproach?
You may.
What happened?
All right. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Good afternoon. My name is John Rogers.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a criminal defense attorney
And how long have you been a practicing attorney?
for 29 years,
And what states are you licensed in?
both Missouri and Illinois.
And Mr. Rogers, how many jury trials have you conducted?
Approximately 150.
And how many depositions have you conducted in your career?
Tough to say exactly. Somewhere close to 1,000, I would estimate.
And does that number include deposing or speaking with children?
Yes.
When you are deposing or speaking with children, do you use any special protocols?
Seminars that I've attended and experience tells me that the less confrontational or threatening you are to a child, the more information you tend to elicit. So those depositions tend to be on the friendlier side.
And why do you do that?
Because during the course of a deposition, you're trying to create an environment where you get truthful information and as much information as you possibly can.
Do you do anything else to make sure that a child you're speaking to is comfortable speaking with you?
Yeah, I mean, you can ask them questions about their comfort, and you would also, you would ask them a number of questions. You'd try to create an environment where they're comfortable. Sometimes family members are allowed to be present in the deposition. Sometimes victims advocates from the prosecuting attorney's office are permitted to be in the depositions. People that are comfortable or create an environment that makes the child comfortable.
With your training and experience, if you feel a child is not comfortable speaking with you, what do you do?
A number of different things. You can certainly terminate the deposition, or oftentimes you proceed through the deposition anyway, and try to get as much information as you possibly can. Those are the two options, of course.
And did you, in March of 2007, happen to have a sworn interview of then Connor Ferguson?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And who brought then Connor Ferguson to you?
At the time, the legal custodian pursuant to the court was John Steffen and Dawan Ferguson. So Dawan Ferguson produced Connor voluntarily and brought him to my office for a sworn statement.
And what was the purpose of the conversation with then Connor?
I was aware of a change in a custodial relationship. It was called to my attention that Connor was going to be transferred through the court system back to the custody of his mother. Her first name was Theta. Her last name, I think at the time, was Wilson. I had suspected that Theta would attempt to manipulate Connor into testifying in a way inconsistently that he had previously disclosed information. So I wanted to memorialize that with a court reporter present in the event that the change of custody produced a change in what had previously been reported to my investigators and to law enforcement.
And when you spoke with then Connor, where did you have this conversation?
Right across the street. The address of my law firm at the time was 120 South Central Avenue, in the lobby of the PNC building right as you walk out the courtroom doors.
Okay. And was anyone present when you had the conversation with then Connor?
Myself, of course, the court reporter that was memorializing and transcribing the conversation, and Dawan Ferguson was also present in the room.
And where was Dawan Ferguson when you say in the room? What room were you in? Sorry.
Yeah, my office at the time had, of course, a desk. Connor was sitting across from me. Court reporter was sitting in a chair back behind Connor, and Dawana was sitting in a couch that I had several feet away in my office.
And when you met with then Connor, did you go over any type of rules or guidelines with you trying to get information?
Sure. At the beginning of every deposition, you want to make sure that the record is clear and that you're gathering information that is truthful information from the person that you're speaking to. So I started out my conversation with Connor in the same way that I start out normal depositions. Do you understand what the truth is? It's important, especially when you're dealing with younger people. You don't want them guessing or speculating during the course of a deposition. So I would have and did explain to Connor I don't want him guessing. And then finally I gave Connor permission to correct me. If my questions were not understandable to him, I would have defined that it's my job to make my questions articulate and understandable to a person of your age. So if I'm speaking over your head or in a confusing way, let me know, and it's my job to rephrase my question so you understand it and are able to answer it truthfully.
And do you recall at the time of this conversation how old then Connor was?
I think he was approximately 12 years old.
Okay. And you may have covered this. When you spoke with then Connor, did you go over what the difference is between the truth and a lie?
I did.
Okay. And what's your reason for doing that?
I think I went over it several times just to make sure that I'm getting truthful information from him, that nobody told him what to tell me, and that he knew that he was under oath and what the oath meant. Mm-hmm. And so I went through that on several occasions, I recall.
Did you let then Connor know that he did or didn't have to speak with you?
I did.
Okay. And was that decision on his own that he wanted to speak with you?
I can't speak for Connor. I can tell you my observation is he showed no signs of distress when I was questioning him. There was no resistance. We had a conversation off the record about him being relieved that he wasn't in school. He got taken out of school, and he was able to come in and instead of going to school, come and have a conversation with me. He was not reluctant whatsoever.
So based on the conversation you had with him before he went on the record, did you feel comfortable speaking with him?
I did, absolutely.
Okay. Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit, I believe, number 10. I ask you to take a look at that and tell me if you recognize this document.
I do. This is the sworn statement that I took of Connor Ferguson, March 12, 2007.
And did you get a chance to review this before you came here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does this appear to be a fair and accurate representation of that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
And it looks like you used a court reporter service called Midwest Litigation.
Yes,
And is that a court reporting service that you would use frequently?
it is.
All right, so my understanding, Ms. Steele, Mr. Rogers is going to play himself in this scenario, and you're going to play Connor.
Ben
Is
Connor.
that correct? All right, so Mr. Rogers, you, I assume, started the question, so you may proceed, and I guess it's on page 1, right?
Judge, it's on page 4, actually. There was the
Oh, I'm sorry,
the
page 4.
prequel deals with the administration of the oath and the location of the deposition.
Okay, you're right, I'm sorry. Yeah, page 4, begin there, and you start with my name is. So go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Connor, my name is John Rogers. As you know, I'm an attorney. I represent your father, Dawan Ferguson, in connection with an abduction of your brother, Christian Ferguson, that took place in June of 2003. You understand that?
Yes.
What you just did is you just swore an oath to tell the truth. You know the difference between a truth and a lie, don't you?
Yes.
And you promised under oath to tell the truth today. Will you agree to do that?
Yes.
If, I want to make sure that you understand this, you're under no obligation to be here. You are here of your own free will, right?
Yes.
That if you don't know the answer to any of my questions here today, just tell me, I don't know. Would you agree to do that?
Yes.
You understand that you are not here to guess at any of the questions I am asking. I'm here to ask you questions so that we can memorialize what you in fact remember from June 11, 2003 and that time period. Okay?
Okay.
All right. If you don't understand any of my questions, you can feel free to say, hey, John, I didn't understand what you mean. It's my job to make sure I'm clear to you. Got it?
Yes.
All right. One final thing. This interview that you and I are in the middle of is being transcribed by a court reporter. You can hear her typing the words that I'm saying, can't you?
Yes.
And also, she is typing your responses in a shorthand code. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You don't have a problem with that, do you?
No.
All right. You are in the custody of Dawana and John Steffen. Right now, you are living with them, aren't you?
Yes.
Did they force you to come down here and speak to me in any way?
No.
And even though we talked about you got off of school today, and that's a nice benefit, that's not the reason you are here. You are here to tell me the truth about what happened and what you recall.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Excuse me. Let's go back in time. How old are you now? You're 12?
Yes.
And in June of 2003, you were 8 or 9?
7 or 8.
7 or 8. Who, at some point, you were living in a house at an address at 3727 Sylvan in Pine Lawn, weren't you?
Yes.
Do you remember living on Sylvan Street?
Yes.
When your brother Christian was living with you?
Yes.
Can you tell me who all was in the home?
Yes. My 2 stepsisters, Deshonda and Tia.
What are their last names?
Rondaville. I don't know Deshonda's last name.
Okay.
And then my stepmom, Monica, and my dad and brother. Dawan Ferguson is my dad, and Christian Ferguson is my brother.
Back when you were living on Sylvan Street before Christian disappeared, how old was Christian? Do you remember?
He was always a year older than me, so he was probably 8 or 9.
Can you tell me, generally speaking, what kind of household you guys were? Was it a good life? Was it a good life, or was it difficult because of a lot of fighting? Kind of give me your opinion on how.
Well, yes, brothers and sisters do fight, and that was exactly what me and Tia and Deshonda sometimes were doing. But other than that, it was pretty good.
Did your father, Dawan, and Monica fight very much?
No.
Did you ever hear, when you were 7 or 8 in 2003, did you ever hear your dad and Monica fight about whether or not it was smart to keep Christian in the home?
No.
They never did?
No.
Did your dad take care of Christian as far as you can tell?
Yes.
He fed him, took care of his physical needs while he was living on Sylvan?
Yeah.
Did Monica pitch in and help with Christian?
Yeah.
Did you ever help with your brother Christian?
Yes.
Tell me who shared a room in this home on Sylvan.
Tia and Deshonda had their own rooms, and me and Christian shared a room, and my dad and my stepmom shared a room downstairs in the basement.
The case, you understand that the news media has printed a lot of information about Christian's disappearance.
Yes.
Have you seen any of that?
Yes. I did see this one newspaper that my mom just recently printed about Christian's situation and how she thought that my dad had something to do with his disappearance. Yeah, and about the tea incident that just happened between me and my grandma.
Between you and your girl?
My grandma.
Okay, what is that incident?
I was having an attitude, and I was bringing some salt stuff for the ice, for the snow up the steps, and I was walking funny. And so my grandma told me to stop walking funny, and I didn't hear her, and I put the bag down on the thing, and she came up, and she told me not to get an attitude with her, and then she threw tea in my face.
When did this happen?
A couple of years ago.
Okay, you didn't get a couple of weeks ago?
No. Well, a couple of weeks ago, sorry.
That's okay. Okay, you didn't get burned or anything, did you?
No.
Okay, let's go back to 2003. In June of 2003, you said you were 7 years old.
Yes.
The night before Christian disappeared, the night before your dad took him to the hospital, was there any conversation in the home where you heard anybody expressing any problems with Christian?
No.
Did you observe anything out of the ordinary with respect to Christian the night before he was taken to the hospital?
Nobody did anything to him, but his button was missing, the button that you feed him.
Okay. Did you say to your dad, hey, Dad, his feeding tube seems to be out?
Yes. Monica was in the hall folding clothes, and I told her, and she said she knew, and she kept on folding clothes. And I looked in my room for the button, and I couldn't find it. And so I went downstairs, and I told my dad, and he said, I don't know what he said. And I came back upstairs and started looking for it, and then I fell asleep.
Do you know about what time you went to sleep that night?
Probably 7 or 8.
Do you know if your dad or Monica replaced his feeding tube and fed him that evening?
I don't know.
Is it possible that his feeding tube was replaced and he was fed after you went to sleep?
I don't know if it's possible or not. I don't know if you had to go to the doctor and put it in or something like that.
Okay. It would be fair to say, though, you didn't hear anybody feeding. You didn't hear your dad feeding Connor via the feeding tube that night.
No, but I did that night when I was not asleep, just peeking through my bed. I saw them take Christian into another room, to the TV room, and he started moaning louder, and then they brought him back in and put him in the bed with me in his room.
Did you hear them talking about his health?
No.
While you were observing and listening?
No.
Do you know what time it was in the evening or early morning hours of June 2003, June 11th, 2003? Do you know what time of the evening or morning they took him from your room?
No, but it was probably between 3 and 5 because the sky was still kind of dark.
So it was starting to get light a little bit.
Yes.
How long do you think he was outside of your room that morning?
I don't know, probably 5 to 10 minutes.
And then they brought him back?
Yes.
What happened after they brought him back?
Probably an hour later, they came back in and took one of his covers and put it inside the car, and then took him and put him in the car and took another of his covers and put inside the car, and my dad drove off.
How do you know the covers they put in the car?
Because I saw my dad take them.
From where you were in bed, could you see your dad when he was outside the home?
No, I could see him take the covers out of the room.
Out of the room?
Yes.
You don't really have any. You weren't able to see exactly what he did with the covers. You are assuming he took them to the car. Fair enough?
Yes.
Was your dad mad when he was taking Christian to the car?
Not that I know.
Did he mention to Monica, his wife, where he was taking Christian?
Not that I know of.
You say he was taking him to the hospital. How did you learn your dad was taking Christian to the hospital?
Because in the news it said that he was taking him to the hospital and he stopped at a payphone and he left Christian in the car along with the keys and somebody got inside the car and drove off.
Okay, but you never talked to your dad about this.
No.
When Christian disappeared, did you speak to the police officers?
Yes.
Were you interviewed by the police officers?
That morning I went inside my stepsister Deshonda's room and Monica, Tia, and Deshonda were up watching the news. And I was like, where's Christian and my dad? And they said they didn't know. So I went inside the TV room where the reporters and the police officers and stuff were, and they asked questions.
What did they ask? Some of the same questions I asked?
Yes.
Do you remember what you told them?
No, I don't remember what they asked or I told them.
You didn't see your dad drive off with Christian in the car, did you?
Yeah, I saw. I didn't see exactly who was in the car, but I saw from out my window the car driving up the hill.
Okay, describe that car for me.
It was, I don't know if it was an Explorer Expedition, but it was maroonish.
Okay, did you ever see your father mistreat Christian?
No.
Did you ever see your father withhold food from Christian as punishment?
No.
Did you ever see your father, Dawan Ferguson, strike Christian in any way?
No.
Did you ever see Dawan Ferguson threaten Christian verbally or yell at him?
No.
What is your opinion of what kind of care your dad provided for Christian based on what you saw?
He provided the best care for my brother, and he didn't want him to go inside an institution or any other place, or the hospital mostly, where he was supposed to stay there for, his life.
Was there some talk among family members about that you witnessed where they were trying to get him to put Christian in a home?
No.
Have you had any contact with your father, Dawan Ferguson, since the day Christian disappeared?
Yes. Sometimes. It's rare, but yes. Sometimes he comes over to run errands for my grandma and grandpa, and I see him for a couple of minutes, and I say hi and hug him, and I say some jokes to him.
You have not been allowed to go anywhere with just the two of you, have you?
No.
And you are currently living with who?
My grandma and grandpa, John and Dewana Steffen, and my aunt and uncle, John and Nora Steffen.
All right. And Dewana's your father's mother, your grandmother, right?
Yes.
Has your dad ever talked to you about the details of what happened that day, the early morning when Christian disappeared?
No, or anything else like that, or drastic, or anything like that.
What's your mother's name?
Theda Thomas. Her maiden name is Wilson.
And she is married to who?
Victor Thomas.
And she has asked you a number of questions regarding what you observed in the hours before Christian's disappearance, I would assume.
Yes.
What did you tell her?
I told her that I came inside his room and I found that his button was not there on him and there was a drop of blood right next to where it was supposed to be. And I looked around the room for it and couldn't find it. And so I went out in the hall where Monica was folding clothes and I told her that it was missing and she said she already knew. And so she kept on folding clothes and I went back in there and I looked for it again and I went downstairs to tell my dad and I don't know what he said. And I came back upstairs and I started looking for it again and I couldn't find it. So after a while I went to sleep.
Now, your mom, you understand your mother, Theda Thomas, has spoken to the media on numerous occasions, correct?
Yes.
Have you seen her on the news?
I don't know. I remember hearing my friends saying that they saw her on the news and at some places in fundraisers. One of the fundraisers to help Christian and stuff.
Did she ever show you any news articles where she is telling people in the media what she thinks happened to your brother?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
No problem. Did you ever see any newspaper articles or any paperwork where she has given an interview to the media and she wanted you to see what her theory was about concerning what happened to Christian?
I saw a newspaper article in the American newspaper and it was talking about Christian's disappearance and how she thought that my dad had something to do with his disappearance. and just recently the tea incident.
Do you think your dad had anything to do with Christian's disappearance?
No.
Are you ready to go live with your mom? Are you getting ready to go live with your mom? Do you know?
Yes, tomorrow.
How do you feel about that?
I'm excited because I haven't really lived with her since I was 3.
Okay. Is there anything, any information about that day that your father took Christian to the car? Any details that I haven't asked you about?
No.
Has your mom ever threatened to have your dad arrested or tried to put words in your mouth or anything with respect to the events that we have talked about today?
She hasn't put words in my mouth, but she has talked about how she thinks that my dad had something to do with the disappearance. I don't remember how exactly I found out, but I think she told me that one time my dad took a credit card or something from somebody in the family and used it, and that's why he went to jail instead of the Christian thing.
Does your mom say bad things about your dad a lot?
No, just those. Yeah, she does. Because she really doesn't like him that much, and she didn't want him to have us or my grandma or grandpa.
You have had visitation with her over the years a whole lot, haven't you?
Yes.
Does she spend any part of those visitations saying bad things about your dad and your grandparents?
Not anymore since the recent hour in supervised visitation, but she used to. When I went over there for 6 hours over at her house, she used to talk about things that he did, and some of the stuff turned out not to be true that she told the police.
What were those things? Do you remember?
No, just the Christian thing that turned out not to be true.
Okay, thanks for coming in. I wanted to get some of these statements down. Have you and I ever spoken before today?
Not that I know of.
And all the information that you conveyed to me was truthful, wasn't it?
Yes.
There is no secret information that you're holding out on me, is there?
No.
Nothing further then.
All right, thank you. All right, any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination? Come here. Tim,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So just a few questions for you. Lynn, then Connor was 12 at the time of this interview, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was taken in your office,
Correct.
and the only person present other than yourself, a court reporter, and now Lynn, was his grandmother, is that correct?
It is.
Was his grandfather present, John Steffen?
No.
And the grandmother, just to be clear, Dawana Steffen, is not Theta's mom. That was Dawan Ferguson's mom.
You're right.
And there was nobody else from our office present, correct?
Nobody from your office was present.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any questions? No.
No.
Mr. Rogers may be released, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Have a good day. All right. Ms. Steele, while the bailiff collects the transcript copies from the jurors, do you have any other witnesses, any other evidence?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Does the defense rest?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank
Yes,
you.
Your Honor.
All right. Does the state have, and I will, let me just ask real fast, does the state have any rebuttal evidence?
I believe so, Your Honor.
All right. So will you guys approach for me, please? All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ron Goldstein.
And what was your most previous employment?
2 months ago, I retired as the Chief Criminal Investigator for the St. Louis County Prosecutor's Office.
And are you currently a part-time employee for the time being?
I am.
And it's still as an investigator role?
Yes.
Did you assist in the investigation of this case against Dawan Ferguson?
I did.
And did you have occasion to interview an individual by the name of Dion Dupree?
I did.
Did you meet with him once, twice, or more than once?
3 times.
When you spoke with Mr. Dupree, did you ask him about the events of the early morning hours of June 11th of 2003?
I did.
And did you ask him about everything he had observed during that time period?
Yes.
At any point during your interviews with Mr. Dupree, did he ever tell you that he saw a red SUV speeding away from the scene?
No.
Did he ever tell you that he saw a vehicle at all speed away from the scene?
No.
And you asked him about everything he observed that day?
I did.
And what was the only thing that he told you he observed at the scene that day?
He observed a goldish brown vehicle parked on Hodemont in the rear of the day camp building that he attended that he had not seen before that morning, ever before.
So the only vehicle he told you he ever remembers seeing from that morning is the tan gold Malibu.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
No question.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Golstein, you may step down.
Thank
Thank you. State have any further rebuttal evidence? And ma'am, if you could just scoot up a little, make sure you speak loudly into the microphone for us, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Do you need some water or anything? All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Ruth Coleman.
Can everyone hear her okay? Thank you. Ms. Coleman, thank you for being here today. Do you know somebody by the name of Dawan Ferguson?
Yes.
How did you meet Dawan Ferguson?
I was his kid's teacher.
At some point after you were his children's teacher, did you become a nanny for the Ferguson household?
Yes.
Do you know approximately when that was?
Shortly after I was their teacher, I moved in to be their nanny.
And
Hold on one second, ma'am. Can you scoot a little closer or pull it down? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Okay. Shortly after I was their nanny. Shortly after I was their teacher.
so I'm following right, you were their teacher and then you became a nanny?
Yes.
And how is it that you became the Ferguson kids' nanny?
He asked me to.
He asked you to?
Yes.
And when you say he, are you referring to Dawan Ferguson?
Yes.
Were you a nanny that would work part-time, full-time, or something else?
Full time.
Right. Would it be something where you would go to the house, or did you live in the house?
I was a live-in.
All right. Where were you a live-in nanny with the Ferguson household?
What do you mean?
Do you know what street this was on?
St. Vincent.
And was that in St. Louis City?
Yes.
Okay. If you can remember, do you remember the years, roughly?
No.
Early 2000s?
Yeah.
Late 90s, early 2000s?
Mm-hmm.
Who were the kids that you would nanny for?
Connor and Christian.
At any point, did the relationship between you and the defendant go beyond that of a live-in nanny?
Objection relevance.
Your Honor, we discussed this pretrial. It goes to explain the subsequent conversations between the two of them.
Yeah, that'll be overruled. You may answer the question, ma'am.
Yes.
Did you become his girlfriend?
Yes.
And was that while you lived in the house?
Yes.
At some point, did you stop being the Ferguson nanny?
I was the nanny/girlfriend.
Okay. At some point, did you move out of the St. Vincent house and stop taking care of the children?
Yes.
I want to flash forward a couple years after that had happened. Did you keep in contact with Dawan Ferguson kind of off and on during that whole time period?
Yes.
At some point, did you learn about Christian Ferguson being reported missing by his father?
Yes.
And subsequent to learning about that, did you have a conversation with Dawan Ferguson about it?
Yes.
Did you ask him what had happened?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
You know me, I had to do what I had to do.
When he said, you know me, I did what I had to do, did you ask any further questions as to what that meant?
I just looked at him.
You looked down?
Mm-hmm.
Did he say anything else about it?
No.
Did you attend any sort of prayer vigils or search parties looking for Christian Ferguson?
Yes.
Did the defendant, Dawan Ferguson, have anything to say to you about that?
I shouldn't go.
He told you not to attend them?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes, ma'am?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Thank you. Now, when you were the nanny, Christian was the first citrullemia child you worked with, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew Christian before he had his coma in 2001?
Yes.
And when you took care of Christian at the daycare, he could walk and talk and eat by mouth.
Yes.
And when you became the live-in nanny, Dawan educated you about the disease.
Yes.
Ms. Steele, can you talk more into the microphone? I have trouble hearing you. Thank you.
And you were the live-in nanny for about a year or over a year?
About a year.
Okay. And with you being the nanny, Dawan would order and pick up the meds?
Yes.
And when you were there living in the house as the live-in nanny / girlfriend, as you said, you would be able to observe Christian and Dawan together, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Christian would be happy to see Dawan.
Yes.
And you were not concerned that Christian wasn't getting proper care.
Objection, Your Honor. Invades the province of the jury.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection, but you can ask a different one.
Were you at that time, a mandated reporter?
What?
A mandated reporter?
No.
Okay. When you spoke with Dawan, when he made this statement about, I did what I had to do, you were wearing a wire for the FBI, correct?
Your Honor, objection. May we approach?
You may. All right, so the objection's overruled. Why don't you ask the question again?
Okay.
Please.
Thank you. You met up with an FBI agent, and I believe her name is Special Agent Liza Ludovico, correct?
I don't remember her name.
Do you remember working with a FBI agent?
Yes.
Okay. And she asked you to wear a wire when meet up with Dawan Ferguson?
Yes.
Okay. And you met up with him to see if you can get him to talk about Christian.
Yes.
And obviously, you didn't tell him you're recording.
No.
Okay. And as you had stated on direct at that time, you still had some contact with Dawan off and on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you claimed that Dawan said in that conversation, I did what I had to do.
Yes.
Correct. And Dawan did not tell you what that meant.
No.
And you met with him again and wore a wire another time.
Yes.
Right. And the FBI wanted you to do that again.
Yes.
And again, you tried to get him to talk about Christian and to say something potentially incriminating, correct?
Yes.
And despite your efforts,
Your Honor, objection as to subsequent conversations or self-serving hearsay.
Well, I don't know where the question was going. I'm going to overrule the objection for now. Finish your question.
okay.
State your question.
Yes, despite your efforts, he did not say anything incriminating at that time.
No.
Your Honor, I'm going to renew my objection and ask that it be stricken.
Yeah, that objection is sustained. So, ladies and gentlemen, you'll disregard, please, the question as well as the answer. And both will be stricken from the record. You may continue.
Thank you. And that second time you met up with him, he did not know you were recording him.
Correct.
Okay. And he was still someone you would talk to from time to time, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe at that time, were you still intimate off and on?
Yes.
Okay. Even after you did those wires for the FBI to go talk to Dawan, you still would talk to him after that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was to check up on him?
Yes.
And that's something that you did on your own?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the relationship that you had with Dawan when you were the nanny girlfriend, like you said, you ended that relationship, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not end the relationship because of Christian, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Matter of fact, you still wanted to see Christian outside of that, correct?
Yes.
Christian did not get in the way of your relationship with Dawan, correct?
No.
Now, you just said on direct something about don't go to a prayer vigil. When you spoke with that FBI agent, did you tell her at any time that Dawan said don't go to a prayer vigil?
I don't recall. I don't know.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
A witness may be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Settled in, if you just spell your name for my report.
Santanacontreras.
All right. Do you need some water or anything, ma'am? No. All right. If you would just scoot up to make sure the microphone, we can hear you clearly, and Ms. Schlesinger, you can begin when you believe you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Contreras.
Hello.
Safe to say you're nervous about being here today?
Yes.
All right, if you need to take a break at all, just let me know, okay?
Right.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Santana Contreras,
And what state do you currently live in?
Arizona.
Ma'am, if you would, could you maybe scoot up and just speak up a little bit for us? I'm having trouble hearing you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Thank you, ma'am. All right, you may continue.
Thank you. At some point, did you live in St. Louis, Missouri?
Yes.
And I want to draw your attention back to 2004. Do you know somebody by the name Dawan Ferguson?
Yes.
And do you know somebody by the name Monica Ferguson?
Yes.
How did you know Monica Ferguson?
I worked with her at the Avenue store.
And what is the Avenue?
It's a plus size women's store.
And where is it located?
Clock Tower Plaza.
And what was your connection to Monica at the Avenue? You said you worked together. Were you coworkers or something else?
She was my assistant manager.
And was there anyone else that worked at the store as well?
Sonia,
And who was Sonia?
the manager.
At some point, did you become friends with Monica?
Not right off, but we did.
Eventually, you became friends?
Yes.
How long did you work at the Avenue?
For some months.
And did you ever see Dawan Ferguson at
Yeah.
the Avenue?
Yes.
What would he be doing there?
Sometimes sitting in the parking lot, sometimes walking around.
When he was inside the store, what would he be doing?
Walking around.
Was he buying anything?
No.
Was he talking to anyone?
No.
And other times you said he would be in the parking lot?
Yes.
Did you go by a different name at that time?
Yes.
What was your name at that time?
Cherie Douglas.
And at some point, did you have your name changed?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about what it changed to Santana Contreras then?
Yes.
When your relationship with Monica went from coworkers to friends, did you see her outside of work ever?
Yes.
Did you go out to drinks? Did you go to each other's homes? Or can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
I went out once with them, and then they came to my home a couple times.
When you went out to them, was this to a bar, a restaurant, or something else?
It was to the bar when we went out.
At any point, did Dawan and Monica approach you about any sort of relationship status?
Objection, Judge, based on defense pretrial motions.
Right, and that will be overruled. Your objection can run throughout the questioning.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. You may, once you re-ask the question.
At some point, did Dawan and Monica approach you about some sort of relationship status?
Monica did.
Monica did?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that relationship?
To become like a part of their relationship.
Okay. Like a poly relationship?
Yes.
When you were out to drinks with Monica and Dawan, did you talk to both of them?
More her than him.
Was he present and around?
Yeah.
At some point, you had mentioned earlier that they would come to your house. Why would Monica come to your house at certain points?
To pick up clothing.
And is this in relation to the avenue?
Yes.
Okay. So would you take clothes from the store to your house and she would pick them up or something else?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you, well, let me ask you this. When you met Monica and Dawan Ferguson, did you at that point make the connection to what had previously been reported on the news as it related to Christian Ferguson?
No.
Okay. Had you heard about the disappearance of Christian Ferguson?
When it first happened.
And was that from the news or something else?
I think it was the news or word of mouth. It was so long ago, I don't remember.
At some point, did you make the connection between Christian Ferguson and Monica and Dawan Ferguson?
At some point, but it wasn't on my own.
Sorry?
It wasn't on my own, but at some point I did.
And what do you mean by that?
When it was kind of like I didn't know anybody's last name, but as we got to know each other and conversation started, then I kind of knew what the conversation with them was. I kind of put two and two together.
Okay. And at that point, was it just that Christian Ferguson had been reported missing?
No.
Okay, was it something else?
Well, at that time I didn't know it was Christian Ferguson. I just knew it was a boy.
Okay.
Or a stepson of Monica's.
So you knew a stepson of Monica's was missing?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you talk with Monica and or Dawan about Christian?
Yes. Oh, well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was this conversation first with Monica or with Dawan?
Monica.
Can you tell the jury how the conversation with Monica led to talking about Christian?
Basically, she would, make comments. I still didn't know it was Christian. She would make comments about having to give, being responsible for a kid's medicine or whatever the case may be. And she felt that she wasn't responsible for that and that he should be responsible. And it was kind of like a back and forth.
So she felt that she shouldn't be responsible for Christian. It should be
His
Dawan.
dad.
Okay.
Yes.
And at this point, you didn't know it was Christian Ferguson?
No.
Just-
There was no names mentioned. I didn't know any of Monica's kids.
At some point, did you have a conversation with Monica about Christian receiving his medications?
Well, not specific as medications, but we had a conversation because my son is ill as well.
Okay. And what was that conversation about?
Basically, again, that about the back and forth of her not feeling like that was a duty of hers to administer anything or even to care for his kids, because she felt that it was being put on her and it was his responsibility. And I explained to her that I had a son that had fatal prone asthma and he was on life support and been through the same thing, so kind of the child needs that.
And did you kind of just relate with her about the difficulties of a special needs child?
Yes.
At some point, was there a conversation between you and Monica where Dawan also became involved?
Yes, it was I and Monica first, and Dawan was outside and he came in.
So Monica was in your apartment first, and then subsequently Dawan also came in?
Yes.
And before Dawan came in, were you and Monica talking about Christian or the
Yes.
household?
Yes.
And when Dawan came in, what was the conversation like then?
He kind of came in. I asked him, did he want something to drink? And I don't know what he and Monica were talking about, but it was kind of like when I came back in the room, like I knew, and they were looking at each other, and that's when, I was included.
Were they arguing at all?
No, not arguing, just more or less having a conversation that that there was some type of tension.
And was the conversation between the two of them regards to Christian.
Yes.
At some point, you indicated that you became a part of that conversation.
Yes.
What happened next?
I'm so nervous. It was almost, Monica, I remember her saying she knows, or whatever the case may be, that she discussed something with me,
And that was directed to Dawan?
yes.
Okay, so Monica told Dawan, she, referencing you, knows.
Yes.
Okay, what happened next?
Like I said, I went in the kitchen to get something to drink, and they were kind of discussing something between each other. And I really can't remember the details of how it began, but that's when he made a statement of how his stepfather was a powerful man, and basically that the boy was deceased before the date that the call was made, and that the body was buried. Well, the stepfather helped. I don't know if he helped, but the body was put in a foundation of a house that had something to do with the stepfather.
All right, so we're going to take a step back and we're going to kind of walk through this a little bit.
Yeah, because I'm nervous.
Okay, that's okay. So you have a conversation with Monica and Dawan. It starts with Christian. At some point, Dawan makes these statements to you, and he began talking about his stepfather.
Yes.
And what exactly did he say about his stepfather?
That he was a man with a white man with a lot of money, and he held a lot of power. It was almost like he was arrogant, like, that I can get away with anything, and that my stepdad will bail me out.
And then he makes reference to Christian, and correct me if I'm wrong, I thought I heard you say that Christian was deceased before he made the call?
Yes.
And when you talk about call, what is that in referring to?
The call from the payphone saying that he was missing.
And then you made reference a moment ago about how Christian was buried in the foundation of some property
Yes, that had something to do with the stepfather.
that had something to do with the stepfather.
Because he owned, I don't know if he was the landlord or if there were some houses being, constructed, but he had something to do with some houses, and that was...
They never told you the location.
No.
Okay. You just knew it had something to do with foundation, construction, and his stepfather.
Yes.
Ms. Contreras, at any point did Dawan, in this conversation, talk about his ex-wife, Theda?
Yes.
What did he say about her?
I actually didn't know her name because it was never mentioned that her name was never mentioned. It was basically he referenced her in derogatory terms, like everything out of her name but with her natural born name.
How did you feel after you heard these statements?
Terrified.
And shortly after, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever see Dawan and Monica again after that conversation took place?
No. No.
Did you go back to working at the Avenue?
No.
After hearing this conversation between Dawan and Monica, did you continue to live in St. Louis?
No.
Did you move out of state?
Yes.
Did you ever call the police about this?
No, I was terrified.
And why were you terrified?
Because people had just admitted to me a heinous act, basically, and I didn't know what they were capable of. If they were capable of that, I was a single mother with a son, and they knew where I lived, so yeah, I was too scared.
How long after you had heard these statements did you move from St. Louis? Was it days, weeks, months?
It was so long ago, but I'm thinking within the next week or so.
And you have changed your name, correct?
Yes.
Was any of the reason for changing your name in relation to Dawan Ferguson?
Yes.
And did you use other reasons to change your name legally, but was that the real reason?
No.
That may have been confusing. What did you use a personal reason to change your name?
I used a personal reason, but that wasn't actually the reason why I changed my name.
And what was the real reason why you changed your name?
Because they knew my name and they had disclosed something to me that I could be found, anywhere. So I wanted to make sure that I got as far away from St. Louis and nobody would know the name Cherie Douglas.
Did you know that Dawan Ferguson was a bounty hunter?
No, I had no clue of his profession or anything. I didn't know anything about him other than speaking to him and what he looked like.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
So, Ms. Contreras, you worked at the Avenue at Clock Tower Plaza, was it 2003 or 2004? 2004, okay. And how long did you work at that Avenue?
I don't know specifically, but I know it was like 4 months or so.
Okay. And while you worked there, you started working there after Monica did? Like Monica worked there first and you came?
I believe so. When I started, I didn't see her at first, so I'm thinking she was employed before, but we just didn't work the same shift together because I was training.
Okay. And around March of 2004, you moved to Wichita, Kansas with your second husband?
Yes.
Okay. And then you moved back to St. Louis for about a year?
Yes, if that. I don't think a year, though.
And then you moved to Arizona in October of 2008?
Yes. Well, it was more or less August or somewhere like that.
In 2008?
Yeah.
Now, Monica was someone that you worked with, correct? Okay. You had never been to Monica's house?
No.
Okay. And you didn't meet the kids?
No.
Okay. And you testified on direct that you and Monica were friends?
Co-workers or associates. I didn't know Monica like that. I only knew her from working.
Okay, so you didn't know Monica or Dawan well at all?
No.
Right. And you claim that you hung out with them 3 times outside of work?
Yeah.
And...
Well, once, and then they came over to my house a couple times to get the clothing from my house.
That's like saying 3 times. Once, not at your house, and then 2 times at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And those are the only times that you hung out with Monica outside of work?
The only times.
And you didn't even know Monica's last name?
No, I did not.
And she didn't have your phone number?
No.
Okay. And you had testified on direct that you had a manager at the Avenue named Sonia?
Yes.
Okay. Was it Sonia Willis?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't remember, but yes, that's her name.
Okay. When you were told this confession, did you tell anyone?
No. No.
So you're saying you didn't tell anyone about this confession at
No.
your testimony today?
Not right up front, no.
Okay. But you did eventually tell someone shortly after?
Yes.
Okay. And you told Sonia?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I told her there was a sexual harassment situation that went on in line with that as well. So I spoke to her with that. And because those 2 things were working hand in hand, I felt close enough to Sonia to disclose that as well.
Okay. So your testimony here today is that you did tell Sonia that Monica and Dawan confessed to murder to you?
I won't say that I disclosed that much, but I will say that I spoke with Sonia about it. I don't know. I can't remember the details. It was so many years ago.
Okay. Do you remember back on June 9th of 2022 where you were on Zoom for a deposition with me?
Yes.
Okay. And you were sworn under oath, to tell the truth. And I was present and Mr. Schlesinger was as well? Yes. Okay. Judge, I'm going to...
Thank you.
Page 82 and 83. Just may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you the deposition here, page 82, that goes into page 83. I'm going to read it and follow along. Can you hear me?
I think you need to speak up or share the microphone.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I asked you, now you told...
Your Honor, I'm just going to object. This is improper. She needs to be able to read it herself first.
All right, that's fine. Yeah, what, Ms. Steele, if you'll just show her the page and line numbers.
Yeah.
Ms. Steele, why don't you, if you'd like, you can take the copy and at the podium, and then maybe...
I have one here.
Okay. And if you'll just highlight the page and line number and then read from it, and we'll see if she agrees with that's what it says. Ma'am, do you see the page and line number? All right, could you pull that microphone back closer to you? Okay.
So,
Steele, go ahead.
Yes, Just Judge. On page 82, starting at line 19, I said, okay, so you told Sonia and you told Avenue Corporate that 2 people confessed to killing a child to you. Yes. Okay. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, but it is.
Hold on a second, ma'am. It was yes or no.
Oh, yes.
She did read it correctly. All right, you may
Yes.
continue.
Thank you. And then if you go to page 83, line 14, you see that?
Are you saying line 14 on 83, that's the answer? Is the preceding question?
Yes. So we go up to line 10, or I mean, I can read it all the way through 82 down if it makes sense. I just don't want to.
Well, is there something in particular you want
Yes.
to highlight? And what would that be? Is it on line 17 of page 83? Or where are you?
Yes.
Okay.
And so, and again,
Hold on 1 second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. So, ma'am, do you see that page 83, line 17?
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Steele's going to read from the deposition, and if you'll just read along and confirm whether that's what it says, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
And I said, again, I just want to be clear. You told Sonia and Avenue Corporation or Avenue Corporate that Monica and her husband confessed to a murder to you. Well, Dawan did. I mean, Monica, yeah, I don't know what her position was. But yeah. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read it correctly.
You had said on direct about Dawan coming into the store, correct?
Yes.
And that he would bring Monica to work, and then he would sometimes hang out in the store.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And
Is that a yes?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
That's
okay.
fine.
And you said it made you uncomfortable.
Yes.
Okay. And in these 3 conversations that you had with Dawan and Monica, the first one you said was at a bar where you got drinks.
Yeah, but not like we were inebriated. I don't drink like that.
Okay. And this was the talk about adding you to their relationship?
Yeah, like a poly situation.
Okay. And they didn't really talk about Christian in that conversation?
No, not really. Not in that first conversation.
And they didn't talk about killing Christian at that first meeting?
No.
Okay. And then the second meeting with the three of them, or the two of them, was at your apartment?
Yes.
And that was a couple of weeks later?
Yes.
And even though they had asked you to consider being in a relationship with them, you hung out with them again?
Well, she came over to my house to get clothing. That's how that is. It
Right,
wasn't
and
to hang out or anything. She just came to get clothing, and while she was in there, she would talk a little bit.
Okay, so she stayed a little bit?
Yeah, but
Okay.
it wasn't very long.
And you said here today that Dawan said in this confession that the stepfather was a powerful man, boy was dead before date of the phone call. And you would actually, do you remember talking to Ron Goldstein in this investigation?
Yes, it was
Okay.
a couple years ago. But
Yeah.
yes, I do.
And you told Ron Goldstein that Dawan had said that the boy was dead for 2 days before, but in not at least a week.
That was my assumption. I didn't know. That was my assumption.
Again, do you remember the deposition that we had?
Yes.
So I asked, I'll say the question again. Do you recall telling Ron that it was either a couple of days, less than a week, that he was already dead? And your answer was yes. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask for context that she continue reading to line 8 of the next page.
And I would, I don't know if that's an objection, if it is, I'll overrule it. You'll have an opportunity on redirect to visit with the witness again.
And after that conversation, this confession that you say you were told, you never had any interaction with Dawan or Monica again, correct?
No.
And after they told you this alleged confession, Dawan never threatened you,
He had no communication with me.
but he never threatened you after he told you this confession, right?
No.
Okay. Because as you had told me in the depot, if he had threatened you, you would have called the police so fast.
I would have. I mean, but like I explained to you in a deposition as well.
No, what I'm asking you is, you had said if Dawan had threatened you, you would have called the police so fast.
Hold on one second. Is there a particular part of her deposition she said that?
Yes.
Then present it to her and we'll see if that's what it says, okay?
Page 30.
And Your Honor, just going forward, I would ask that the witness be allowed to finish her answer rather than being cut off when Ms. Steele doesn't like the answer.
All right, I understand. So let's just move along here. Let's get to page 30, did you say?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, ma'am, you see page 30 and the lines that
Yes,
were
sir.
pointed out. All right, so Ms. Steele, if you want to go ahead and read that, then ma'am, you will confirm or deny that
Okay.
it says that, okay? All right, go ahead, Ms. Steele.
Thank you. I said, had Dawan ever threatened you when you had encounters with him? No, I would have called the police so fast. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
But you didn't call the police when you're told this confession that they killed a child, correct?
No, I didn't.
Even though you were not threatened, you still chose not to call the police at all.
No, but I was terrified.
You actually have a police officer that's a member of your family, correct?
Yes.
Sergeant Bartlett?
Yes.
And you knew Sergeant Bartlett back in 2004?
I actually did it at the time.
I'm sorry?
My mom wasn't married to his cousin at the time, I don't think.
So your testimony here today is that you didn't know Sergeant Bartlett back in 2004?
2004, I really don't know if I knew him then or not, but yeah, I want to say my mom and his cousin got married, possibly, because they were married then.
So now you're saying you do remember
Yeah.
that Sergeant Bartlett was part of your family in 2004?
Yes, but he was somebody that I didn't see every day, somebody that was around me every day, nothing.
Your mom knew him. He was a family member, right? Married into your family?
Yes.
And your mom knew Sergeant Bartlett?
Yes.
And you knew that Sergeant Bartlett knew your family?
Yes.
And you didn't tell Sergeant Bartlett about this confession?
But at that time, my mom didn't even know.
You yourself did not tell Sergeant Bartlett about this confession?
No.
As a matter of fact, you didn't call law enforcement at all about this confession?
No.
You didn't say anything when you moved to Kansas. You didn't call the police in Kansas.
No.
You're far away from here, no fear. You didn't call the police.
No fear, that's not true.
Dawan and Monica did not have your address when you moved to Kansas, correct?
They did not have my address, correct?
So you didn't call the police when you moved to Kansas?
No, and I've lived in fear for until the last 2 years. I've been in fear.
You moved to Arizona in 2008.
Yes,
Dawan and Monica did not have your address, correct?
exactly.
They did not have your phone number,
Exactly.
and you did not call the police.
But I don't know how the legal system is set up like that. I didn't know what to do.
You didn't call the police.
No, I didn't.
Okay. You didn't know what to do when someone confesses murder to you?
Objection, argumentative and badgering at this point.
Overruled, it's cross-examination. Why don't you restate your question?
Someone confessed murder to you of a child, and you didn't know what to do about that?
What I did do was try to reach out to the boy's mom.
But not the police?
No, I didn't know what to do. I've never been in this situation before.
And that was back in 2004 that you were told this confession, right? And you didn't change your name until 2014.
Right. But my last name was changed.
You changed your first and middle name in 2014.
I got married in 2004, so my last name changed.
Your first and middle name change was done in 2014.
Correct.
Over 10 years from when you got this alleged confession, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had testified that you had heard about Christian Ferguson on the news, correct? When it happened?
Yeah, I can't quite remember if it's on the news, but I saw it somewhere briefly. I wasn't studying the situation.
And you testified on direct that it was something dealing with the dad using a payphone, is what you saw on the news?
Yes.
Okay. And you reached out to the mother, Theda, on Facebook, correct?
Yes.
And you had...
Well, actually, I didn't.
You reached out to a mutual friend of hers
Yes.
on Facebook. So you and Theda had mutual friends on Facebook.
Yes.
And then after you reached out to Theda, you had a phone conversation with her. Is that correct?
A brief phone conversation, yes.
And that conversation was not recorded.
No.
And there are no other witnesses to that phone conversation besides yourself and Theda, correct?
No.
And you told her in that phone conversation that Dawan had been saying bad things about her.
Yes.
And you told her that Dawan would insult her and say mean things about her.
That's in line with the first question, yes.
And you were talking about a conversation that you said that you had with Dawan maybe 15 years prior.
Yes, but I didn't go into too much because Theda, told me that she was going to put me with somebody to speak with.
And you told her that her son was deceased in that conversation.
Yes.
That had to have been shocking to her. Was it not on the phone?
Yes, but there was no emotion. Yes, the conversation lasted but 2 minutes. We weren't on the phone discussing everything that was said to me. I briefly told her a few things, just enough for her to get me in contact with somebody to speak with them, because I had looked for her for years before I left St. Louis.
And so when you tell her on the phone that you know that her son is dead, wasn't this an emotional, dramatic conversation?
No, I wouldn't say it was emotional and dramatic. I would say that she held her composure very well. She listened to what I had to say, and she said, you know what, I will have somebody to contact you. And that was the end of our conversation. It was maybe 2 minutes.
And when you told her about Dawan saying bad things about her, did she seem surprised by that?
She never made any comment.
And in that conversation, she tell you bad things about Dawan?
In our conversation, I said more than Miss Theta did.
And in that phone conversation with Theta, you talked about this theory that Dawan had hidden Christian's body in a construction site.
I never said anything about a construction site. I've always said what he said, a foundation of a house.
And Theta told you in this conversation about Dawan's stepdad?
Can you say that again?
In your conversation with Theta, she told you about Dawan's stepfather?
I don't know if that was discussed with, I don't remember. I really don't remember.
And she had Ron Goldstein call you?
Yes, he called. Our conversation lasted about 2 minutes, and within the 5 minutes of us being off the phone, Mr. Goldstein called me.
And when he called you, you gave him this story?
I told him what I knew.
And that's how you became a witness in this trial?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
To me. Here's the...
Hi, Ms. Contreras.
Hello.
Ms. Steele was reading portions of your transcript from the deposition. Do you remember her doing that?
Yes.
And at one point I said how it was not being provided in proper context?
Yes.
Because when she asked you about it being a couple days or less than a week that he was already dead, you then continued to say, but I know, like I said, specifically he was dead before the initial call that was made, saying that he was missing. Did Dawan Ferguson tell you a specific set of days, or was that your assumptions?
No, like in the deposition, I said, like I said, that was my assumption.
Okay. In that conversation with Dawan, did he make statements to you about Christian and his medication?
It was more or less a conversation between me, him, and Monica when they were talking about who should be giving him the medicines, who shouldn't be. It was kind of like that, a back and forth between them.
During that conversation that you overheard between him and Monica, were they discussing about how Christian was not receiving his medications?
Yes.
And when we had talked earlier about the conversations, the things that he was saying about Theta to you, did he make any reference between Theta and her children?
No. Well, I'm nervous. I really don't know how to answer it, but there was really no reference, but I could tell that, I can't remember the exact words. But yeah, she was all type of derogatory terms, and basically because Christian was a special needs child that needed more, attention and more time, that Christian was focused on more because of his need, and Theta's relationship with Christian was closer than the other child.
And did he make any statement about him and Christian as it related to the impact that would have on Theta?
Yes.
What did he say?
Her. Yeah, this would be a way to get back at her.
And you indicated earlier, when Miss Steele was questioning you, you said something to the effect of, my mom didn't even know at that point. Do you remember saying something like that?
Yes.
Did you write any sort of letter to your mother?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Because my mom is one of these people that, I couldn't go to her with something like this because she would freak out and she would tell everybody. And I'm from St. Louis. I'm born and raised here. I have to live here. So I didn't know if she told somebody, who else would find out. But what I did was after they confessed to me, I wrote my mom a letter letting her know that before I left Wichita, that if anything happened to me, what they told me and who did it.
And you doing okay?
Yeah.
And Miss Steele questioned you a lot about the delay and was questioning your fear. Now, she asked if he had ever threatened you. Was anything happening during this time period in St. Louis that continued on in Wichita that you in your mind had attributed to Dawan and Monica?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury?
At the time that, Monica was coming to me about the poly relationship, I started receiving gift bags on my apartment door. I would get home and my neighbor would be like, somebody left something on your door, but I didn't get to see who it was. And when I would open up the bag, it would be like lingerie and sex toys and things like that. And when I left St. Louis and went to Wichita, I was there for a couple months because my husband was in the Navy, a Navy recruiter. And the same thing was happening in Wichita. I would go out to my car and there would be roses and bags and stuff on my car to the point where me and my husband were getting into it.
And did that contribute to the fear you had of the defendant?
Yes.
Miss Steele was making implications with you about you having mutual friends with Theta and was alluding that there was something more. When you reached out to Theta on Facebook, did you just click on her page and see who out of all your friends you might have had in common with?
No, that would be ludicrous because if I clicked on her page, I would be in contact with her. What I did was, the way I knew that, from what I knew, that he was still free, not incarcerated. So I was scrolling down Facebook one day and I saw his picture. I scrolled back up and was like, whoa, I know this face, I know this person. So what I did was, before I left, I tried going to different places that Theta was at, but it was like we would always miss each other. So I didn't want to contact her directly because I didn't want to scare her or have her to think, something negative. So what I did was, I found out I seen people like kind of posting things about, praying for her and things of that nature. So I went to a friend that I knew really good to see if he knew her. And I sent him a message and said, hey, do you know her personally? Because if he just knew her, I wasn't going to say anything. And he said, yeah, I know her personally. And what do you need? And I said, well, could you just send her a message and tell her to contact me?
You had never spoken with her. You did not have any sort of friendship or relationship with her at all prior to that.
I didn't even know what she looked like.
Okay. No further questions.
All right, thank you. Recross.
Yep. Regarding these gifts that you said you received in Wichita, those gifts didn't have a name on them, correct?
No, but it was the exact same thing with the exact same cards with the exact same handwriting.
There was no name of Monica or Dawan on the gifts that you received.
No.
And as you had testified, Monica and Dawan, you did not give them your address in Wichita.
No.
And they did not have your address in Arizona.
No.
And about this letter that you said that you wrote your mom, when speaking with Ron Goldstein the first time, you didn't mention anything to him about a letter. Remember that?
Right.
And why didn't you mention that letter to him in the first conversation?
Because it's been so many years and my mom has moved, I had moved. I wanted to make sure that my mom still had the letter.
And in that first conversation with Mr. Goldstein, he had asked you whether you had any written proof of what you were saying, correct?
I mean, that deposition was so long, when I talked to Ms. Goldstein, it was so long ago, I can't confirm or deny because it was so long ago.
And when you had spoke with him that first time, he specifically mentioned examples like a diary or a letter. Remember that him saying that to you?
I mean, it's been so long. It's been like a couple years ago, so I don't quite remember.
So when he asked you to look for something like that, you said you might have something written down because of the sexual harassment thing that was going on.
Again, the way that you're answering that question, I don't quite remember, the conversation going like that, but it could have been possible.
Okay. And you're saying that you wrote this letter in 2004?
Yes.
And you claim that your mother found this envelope and a letter somewhere in her house?
No, I handed it to my mom and I told her not to open it up if something happened to me, you open this letter up and you read it.
That's what I'm saying. Your mom has been holding on to this letter in an envelope for over 15 years?
Yes.
Okay. And is the house in St. Louis?
Yeah, my mom hasn't lived anywhere but St. Louis.
So you had your mom, who lives in St. Louis, send the letter to you in Arizona?
I actually came and got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you emailed it to Ron?
Yeah.
Instead of giving him the actual letter?
At that time, I wasn't really, we had just known each other, so I wasn't really in contact with like that, but I think I came like on a one-day visit flight here for a death or something, and I got it from my mom, and I didn't have time to give it to him, so I just told him that I would send it to him once I got back.
So you didn't open this envelope in front of the police or Ron at all?
No.
And you didn't give this envelope to Ron or the police at all?
No.
You just sent him a copy of a letter?
Yes.
That you claimed was in a sealed envelope?
It wasn't a sealed envelope.
Nothing further.
No, Your Honor.
The state rests.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Any further evidence?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, our work here is done for the day. What we're going to do now is the attorneys and I are going to work on the jury instructions. So I'll ask tomorrow morning that you come in at 9:45 a.m. We intend to get here much earlier than that and try to get everything put together. And then when you come in, once we get started, I will read you instructions, and then you'll hear the attorney's closing arguments, and then the case will be given to you to go back and deliberate and decide, okay? So come in at 9:45 a.m. tomorrow, but give us a little leeway if I don't get you right out right away. But I'm hoping to have everything done by then, okay? All right, so the court again reminds you what you were told at the first recess of the court. Until you're retired to consider your verdict, you must not discuss this case among yourselves or with others, or permit anyone to discuss it in your hearing. You should not form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally given to you to decide. Do not do any research or investigation on your own about any matter regarding this case or anyone involved with the trial. Do not communicate with others about the case by any means. Do not review or listen to any newspaper, radio, electronic communication from the internet, or television report of the trial. And again, thank you for your service, and thank you again for your patience. Have a good evening. Be safe. We'll see you in the morning at 9:45. Thank you.
Christian Ferguson was 9 years old when he was killed in 2003. And for 19 years, that man right there, Dawan Ferguson, has gotten away with it. It is time that he be held responsible. It is time that Christian Ferguson and his family finally receive justice. So let's start back at the beginning and let's go through all of the evidence that you've heard in this case. It all began and it all changed on January 16th of 2001. And that is when Christian Ferguson had that traumatic injury occur to him, where he slipped into a coma, suffered severe brain damage, and his life changed forever. He could no longer walk. He could no longer talk. He had to have a feeding tube inserted. Everything changed then. And I submit to you, that is when this all began. That is an action taken by the defendant. You heard from Dr. Grange. She told you that the defendant said that Christian was not feeling well the night before. He didn't call. He didn't take him into the hospital then. He put him in bed, and according to the defendant's own words, checked on him at 11:15 and found him non-responsive. However, you also heard from Sharon Williams, and she told you that the defendant called her that day around 8:30 or 9, and that Christian was having problems then. And he said he was waiting on Dr. Grange because she went to the hospital and she waited for hours. So right there, we already have an inconsistent story by the defendant. And we have a period of several hours where we don't know what he was doing with Christian, but we know he wasn't taking him to the hospital. But even if you believe the defendant's version of that story, it is just as bad. He is trained to look out for the symptoms of a hyperammonemic state. He ignored those symptoms, put his child in bed, and didn't check on him until 11 o'clock the next day. Because of all of that, Christian was in the hospital for the next 6 months, and he would never again be the cute little boy that you saw on that video. That is an action by the defendant. He knew what he was doing then. And Christian's story from that point forward just gets even sadder and sadder. The suffering that this little boy had to endure is tragic, and it is because of him. He was his father. He was the one that was supposed to take care of him, and he didn't. No one wants to believe that a person could be capable of doing something like this, much less a parent. And that explains partially why he got away with it for so long. But you heard from Dr. Grange, if Christian was being seen by nurses for about 40 hours a week, receiving his food and nutrition during that time period, it would be enough for him to limp along, wouldn't necessarily result in hospitalizations, but it would account for why Christian was not developing or growing. So let's talk about that time period when Christian, thank God, had at least some nurses there. You heard from Tredell Day. She was quite emotional on the stand. She described what she saw in that household in 2002. She would pick up little Christian at the start of her shift. He would be in double-wrapped diapers, urine soaked all the way through his clothing, where it would drip down and puddle up in his shoes. That's horrible. And you know what? We have the photographs that corroborate what she is saying. Look at Christian's clothing there. You heard from FBI agent Liza Ludovico? That's all biological material, urine, soaked through his clothes all the way down his pant leg, even on his shirt. You heard from Liza Ludovico about the double diapers that she found, saturated with urine, and no fecal matter in there. The only thing she found in there was digested bits of diaper. And she told you that would suggest that he wasn't eating anything because the only thing that was passing through his body was a diaper. Tridell Day told you about how she would watch the medications, and it would be the same from when she would leave on Friday to when she would get back Monday morning. She would find him in the same clothing she left the night before, the same diaper she left before. She had to buy him food. She had to let him use her own son's clothing because it wasn't being provided or it wasn't cleaned by the defendant. All of this goes to show the neglect that Dawan Ferguson had for his own son. March 2003 marks a big point in Christian's life, and in this case. In the first half of the charge period, at least Christian was still being seen by people. But from March of 2003 until June of 2003, no one saw Christian. No doctors saw Christian. No nurses were seeing Christian. His own mother wasn't seeing Christian. And that is the part that is the most alarming here. You heard from Lynn Ferguson. You heard from DeShonda Linwood, who talked about what was going on during that time period. Christian was getting skinnier and skinnier. But when Christian went to that last doctor's appointment on March of 2003, he had dropped 7 pounds from his previous checkup 2 years before. Think about that. A 7 to 8 to 9-year-old child, not growing at all in height, and losing weight. Think about how much a 7 and 8 and 9-year-old grow. That caused them concern. Should the nurses and should the doctors have hotlined this? Yes. Did they? No. But that does not mean that he has not been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It just makes the story even more tragic. Because everybody, in a way, failed here. But the hospital sent letters trying to get him to come in for checkups. They made phone calls, and they all went unanswered. You heard about Theta's last visit with Christian on March 22nd. She had concerns then about his appearance. She brought him to the hospital. And she said goodbye. And that was the last time she ever saw her son. At that point, the nurses were gone. There was no one in the home to care for Christian other than himself. The defendant didn't bother to do a thing. That's when the medications stopped being picked up. That's when the food and nourishment stopped being ordered. There was no one to do it now. It was all his responsibility. And he didn't do it. You heard. They would shut him in his room, tie him to a bed, and forget about him. He and Monica lived in the basement. You saw the basement. That's where everything was. You saw the upstairs. The living room had nothing in it. There was a formal dining room table that the kids weren't allowed to use. Christian was confined to his bedroom, tied to a bed by his father. There was evidence that they would tie him up, turn out all the lights, and leave him there while they would go to dinner. Who does something like that? What this child had to endure is horrible. He already had so many struggles in his life given his condition. And he was an inconvenience. And every act that the defendant did during that time period is a deliberate act. It goes to the deliberation for the murder charge. every time he didn't give him his medicine, every time he didn't feed him. That was an act that was killing him. And finally, in June 9th of 2001, time's up. He couldn't get away with keeping Christian from anyone any longer. Theda filed a motion in court, and it was set to go before a judge. You heard from Sharon Williams, who talks about the end of May around Memorial Day. The defendant came to her upset. Tell Theda to drop this. Why do we have to go back to court? Can't she just wait until the kids are older? And then he said, Theda will get those kids over my dead body. He did not want to have to show Christian to anyone because he knew he was going to get caught. Based on his actions, could be inferred he was hoping Christian would die naturally, and it just hadn't happened yet. So we go to that June 9th court hearing, and you heard from Mary Ellen Pennick, who observed the defendant when that order was read. He was upset. He was angry. He looked frustrated. So now he had to figure out what to do. And that takes us to the night of June 10th, the early morning hours of June 11th. You heard from Lynn Ferguson. She remembers seeing Christian's G button not in his stomach that day. She told Monica, said she was aware, didn't care. You heard from Monica. Doesn't sound like she cares about anything. And then that night, Christian's moaning, groaning. If you remember from that video from the Child Advocacy Center, Connor demonstrated what Christian's eyes looked like. They were rolling in the back of his head, eyes fluttering. According to Dr. Grange, that would mean that Christian was entering into one of those hyperammonemic states, or was in one already, and would not be able to survive for 24 hours. But Dawan went into that bedroom, and he took Christian, moaning, groaning, took him in the other room. Now, we don't know what happened in there. We don't. But we know that the moaning stopped. He was taken back into bed, later wrapped up in a blanket, and walked out. That's what Lynn knows. That's what Lynn remembers. She told you on the stand that I don't think she processed that fully when she was an 8-year-old child, but looking back on it now, she believes he was gone at that point. And then you heard from Deshonda Linwood. When she was coming back from the bathroom, she saw the defendant carrying Christian, wrapped entirely in a blanket. She described it as somebody wearing a hoodie backwards, the face entirely covered up. No one wraps a sick child entirely in a blanket like that, covering their face, mouth, nose, especially not in the middle of June here in St. Louis. No, he wrapped Christian in that manner because Christian was dead at that point. And he left the house, and he was never seen again. So let's talk about that 911 call. The defendant's version of what happened is bogus. And that has been proven to you, absolutely. The 1999 Ford Expedition, according to Dawan, was last seen driving eastbound into the city of St. Louis around 6:07 a.m. Well, you heard that the sun rose that day at 5:36. And you heard from Andrea Murphy Johnson and Mark Ellis, two people who don't even know each other. One of them doesn't even live in the state anymore, and neither of them know the defendant. And both of them saw that car on their street around twilight. She said around 5:15, and that would make sense If sunrise at around 5:36, I believe twilight would be around 5:04, 5:15, leading into that time period. They all were very descriptive. It wasn't entirely dark, but it wasn't entirely light out yet. It was that in-between time period. The defense tried to poke holes in a lot of things. They were not able to poke a hole in that story at all. You can't change or poke a hole in the time the sun rises, and you can't poke a hole in two independent witnesses who have nothing to do with this case saying they saw that car there at 5:15. Almost an hour before the defendant made that 911 call. Now, yes, you heard yesterday from Dion Dupree. I don't think we need to say another word about Dion Dupree. His testimony was a joke. Look at the instructions. Look at what you can consider when assessing a witness's credibility. Look at Dion Dupree versus Mark Ellis and Andrea Murphy Johnson, and you tell me which story is more believable. But that's not it. We also have the whole issue with Lakeisha Mays and her car. If you look at that map, here is that little street Rombar. And here is that street Disco Drive. You heard from Andrea Murphy Johnson. She saw another car speeding away at the top of the street. She can't tell you what it was, what kind of car it was, but she knew that the expedition was on the street. Well, Lakeisha Mays lived half a mile from Rombar on Disco, and her car was already seen at the intersection of Page and Hodemont, right by that payphone, by Fox 2 news footage at 7:48. According to Lakeisha Mays, the defendant himself borrowed her car and got a ride somehow, some way. We don't know how, we don't know why. But we know it's false because the defendant was with the police from 6:07 for the next several hours. So he could not have gone up to Disco Drive and gotten that Malibu and then driven it to that intersection. It's not possible. You heard evidence that there were bags of Lakeisha's clothing found in the Malibu. Those bags of clothing were left at Dawan Ferguson's house. They were not in her car the night before, but they were in her car the next day. He put them there. He left them there, probably hoping no one ever would make the connection to a random car being parked on a street. Thank God the police did. And also found in her car that she had never seen before was a large black flashlight, like a police officer's, also like a bounty hunter's. The defendant's 911 call is ridiculous, and therefore Christian Ferguson was never missing. The defendant, acting with others, concealed the body. Now, Christian Ferguson has never been found. But we talked about this in jury selection, and there is no requirement, no element where a body is needed. So let's talk a little bit about what I do have to prove. These are all the jury instructions that the court just read to you. You will get a copy of these when you go back to deliberate. So you don't have to worry about writing it down. You can see it back there. This deals with the issue of acting with other people, okay? Because there were several people potentially involved here. What your goal is to decide the defendant's responsibility. Here it says, a person is responsible for his own conduct, and he is also responsible for the conduct of other persons in committing an offense if he acts with the other person with the common purpose of committing that offense, or if, for the purpose of committing that offense, he aids or encourages the other person in committing it. That instruction applies to all of the then 3 verdict directors you will get, okay? So when you see acting with others, that's what it refers to, and it means the defendant is still responsible.
Does anyone object to the statement of the law?
I like this approach. All right, so you may resume when you're ready. We'll start your time then, okay?
Thank you. Like I said, that instruction applies to all of the verdict directors, okay? Here's the verdict director. And do you remember when we talked about, in jury selection, the elements and the things that I had to prove? We talked about it for probably too long, but it's important. So here's why. For count 1, and this is murder in the first degree. The first element is that honor between January 16th, 2001 and June 18th of 2003. It's a wide range, but it encompasses everything that we have talked about. And that is why we are discussing that time period. And there's been no dispute at all with regard to the time period. In the county of St. Louis, state of Missouri, the defendant lived at Sylvan Place in Pine Lawn in St. Louis County. Again, no one is disputing that at all. The defendant, acting with others, caused the death of Christian Ferguson. The defendant had sole legal and physical custody of Christian Ferguson. He was the one responsible for taking care of him. He is the one that was responsible for getting his medication, his food, cleaning him, taking care of him, and he never did it. Well, he didn't do it nearly as much as he should have. You heard from the pharmacist. I don't know if you remember that striking number that she gave. The prescriptions that were ordered during that 2.5-year period would have been enough for about 300 and some odd days. But it was for a 580-day time period. Think about that. The life-sustaining medications for Christian Ferguson. His father only got him enough medication for about 300 plus days. And he expected that to last for 580. He caused Christian to lose weight, caused his ammonia levels to constantly be elevated, didn't care for him, brought him to the brink of death, and then that night he took him out and he killed him. It was the defendant that caused Christian's death. Second, that the defendant knew or was aware that his conduct was causing or was practically certain to cause the death of Christian Ferguson. Of course he knew. Of course he was aware that not giving his child the life-sustaining medication, not feeding him, it was practically certain to cause his death. He knew the risks. You heard from all the medical providers that talked about how he was educated on what to look out for, on what to give him, and why it was important. He didn't do it, and he knew of the risk. The risk was Christian would die, and Christian did. And third, that the defendant did so after deliberation, which means cool reflection upon the matter for any length of time, no matter how brief. So let's talk about deliberation. Oftentimes, people think deliberation means you have to have this incredibly well thought out plan where you organize something, you do it, it's done. No. Deliberation comes from the word deliberate, a deliberate act. It is a cool reflection upon the matter, no matter how brief. No matter how brief. But actually, in this case, we have years of deliberation. Every time he didn't give him his medication, every time he didn't bother to feed him, he knew what he was doing, and he didn't do it. That is a deliberate choice he made because Christian was an inconvenience he didn't want to be bothered with. Every time he saw the warning signs of a hyperammonemic state and delayed bringing him in, that was a deliberate choice by the defendant. And then that night, going into his room, that was a deliberate choice. Picking him up from his bed and taking him into the other room, that was a deliberate choice. And whatever struggle occurred in there, whatever he did to little Christian, that was absolutely a deliberate choice. And then he took him from the residence, did something with the body, and then planned a cover-up. We have met the element of deliberation. And that's it. The next line is quite clear. Then you will find the defendant guilty under count 1 of murder in the first degree. 3 elements. That's all I have to prove. And it has been proven to you. It's not, Your Honor.
Hold on a second. The objection's overruled. You may continue.
There are 3 elements to murder first, and all 3 have been proven to you. Then you will find him guilty of murder first. But let's talk about the other ones. Murder in the second degree, I don't think we need to focus on it too much, because it's the exact same as murder in the first, minus the 3rd element of deliberation. Nothing else changed. Same dates, same time period. The defendant acting with others caused Christian Ferguson's death, and that he knew or was aware that it was practically certain to happen. That's it. Then you will find him guilty of murder second. But you only get to murder in the second degree if you do not find him guilty of murder in the first degree. Everyone understand that? So you start out with murder in the first degree. You read through the elements, and if for some reason you do not find him guilty of that, then you must look at murder second. Okay? And then we have instruction number 8. Now this one reads, if you do not find him guilty of murder first or murder in the second degree, you must consider whether he is guilty of abuse of a child. Now there's more elements on here, so let's talk through them. The first one, same date, time range, location. Again, none of that's disputed at all. That the defendant acting with others failed to provide Christian Ferguson with necessary nutrition and medication. You've heard from the doctors. You've seen the medical records. You've seen the pharmacist. He absolutely was failing to provide Christian Ferguson with his necessary life-sustaining medication. You saw that chart. 30 days supplies. That's all it was supposed to last for. And Melissa Heim described they were extended through 42 days, 70 days, 80 some odd days, 120 days. One of them, I believe, was 141 days. That proves that Christian Ferguson was not receiving the necessary medication that he needed to survive. These were not drugs you could just pick up at a local pharmacy. That's not how this went. And it got so bad, where he hadn't been seen from a doctor in almost a year, that they wouldn't even refill the prescription without seeing Christian. And even then, the defendant didn't even bother to go. The nurse brought him. It is crystal clear that Dawan Ferguson was failing to provide Christian Ferguson with necessary medication. The first element has been made. And second, that in doing so, the defendant inflicted cruel and inhuman punishment upon Christian Ferguson. This child's life was punishment. What he had to endure and suffer was cruel and it was inhumane. The food and nutrition alone was starving him. He was losing weight. He wasn't growing. He was eating his own diapers. Now I imagine the defense might point to the disease pica, but you heard actually from the experts who say that he would put things in his mouth, but he wouldn't actually eat them. But he was eating his diapers, because that's evidenced by what was found in his diapers. Only diapers, digested diapers, no food, no other fecal matter. That is cruel and inhuman punishment. Coupled with the fact that he was left in his own soiled diapers, left in his own soiled bed, strapped to that bed, left in a room for hours, no supervision, no one checking on him. All of that is cruel and inhuman punishment. And third, that Christian Ferguson was then less than 17 years old. Again, that is not disputed at all. He was 9 years old at the time. Fourth, that the defendant knew his conduct was inflicting cruel and inhuman punishment upon a child less than 17. Of course he knew. He knew and he didn't care. He locked him away in that room and pretended like he didn't even have him. Wanted to go out to dinners, wanted to have his life, wanted to work. Got away with it when he had the nurses there at least. But from March forward, it was all on him. And he couldn't be bothered to care for that special needs kid. And that is terrible. And fifth, that Christian Ferguson died as a result of injuries sustained from this conduct. Like I said earlier, Christian Ferguson was put to the brink of death because of the defendants failing to provide him with all of this proper medication and nutrition. That's what got him to the brink of death when the defendant killed him. He is absolutely guilty of child abuse. Again, the next line reads, "Then you will find him guilty of it." Now again, like we discussed in jury selection, you must find and believe each and every element. If you don't, then you must find him not guilty. But that's not the case here. The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree. He's guilty of child abuse resulting in death. But let's make this very clear. You can only find him guilty of one. So you start with murder first. If you don't find him murder first, then you move to murder second. And if you don't find him guilty of either murder first or murder second, then you move to child abuse. But make no mistake, Dawan Ferguson killed Christian after deliberation, and he is guilty of murder in the first degree. I said earlier that no one would ever want to believe that a person could be capable of this, much less a father. And we also talked about how the system failed Christian. He was a little boy. His life mattered. The people that surrounded him sucked. And his death has gone without any justice for 19 years. You heard from the witnesses. Dawan Ferguson was arrogant. I have a rich stepfather who can get me out of anything. And it worked. You heard about his criminal defense lawyer who went into the house on Sylvan 9 days after Christian was reported missing by the defendant. And you know the only thing they took? The medications. What does that tell you? They brought in Christian's sister the day before he was supposed to be returned to his mother, in the presence of the defendant's mother, in the presence of his defense lawyer, and they questioned him.
2 minutes.
Thank you. Dawan Ferguson has gotten away with this for too long. So many people failed Christian. Don't you fail him too. The defense attorney is going to get up here, and she's going to make her closing argument now. There have been a lot of distractions throughout this whole case. Like I said earlier, the statements of lawyers, the arguments of lawyers, the questions and objections by lawyers are not evidence. Focus on the evidence. The overwhelming evidence of neglect. The evidence that proves he killed him. The things that have not been disputed. Focus on all of that. But when she's done, I will have an opportunity to talk to you again. And at that point, I will ask you to find the defendant guilty of murder. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Steele. Closing argument.
Thank you, Judge.
You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank you for your patience, attention, and time this week during the trial. While listening to the state's evidence this week during the trial, It almost sounded like we were here to decide whether or not Dawan Ferguson was a good parent or not. And that's not a murder trial. What we've heard is a lot of innuendos, a lot of rumors, a lot of suggestions, and a lot of theories as to what they think happened. But we haven't heard any evidence as far as what was the cause, or if Mr. Ferguson was the cause of Christian's death. We haven't heard anything like that. And that's because, honestly, the state doesn't know. I mean, you've heard we have these alternate charges here. They don't know. They don't know if it's just deliberation. They don't know if it's medicine. They don't know if it's nutrition. They have no idea. They do not know. It's almost like that saying where you throw something against the wall and see what sticks. That's what this trial has been. But let's refocus here, as Mr. Schlesinger says, because there is a lot of innuendo. And yes, Christian, it does sound like he had a hard life. And I have the most empathy for Christian. I do. Because no child deserves to have a rare genetic disease, and it makes daily life difficult. So I empathize with that. But again, this trial is not about whether Dawan was a perfect dad or whether his parental rights should be terminated, but that's what it's felt like sitting here this week. They've been putting on evidence that he's a bad dad, not that he's a murderer. Don't let the state confuse you about that. This is a criminal trial for murder. And the question for this jury is to decide if Dawan Ferguson caused the death of Christian Ferguson, and they have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And they obviously have not done that. And I do want to apologize for all the objections I've done this week and just now during closing. I know it's not pleasant, but it's absolutely necessary for me, because I'm standing up here and I'm fighting for Dawan. And I'm standing up here and I'm fighting against innuendos and rumors and suggestions that can convict someone of murder. So again, reasonable doubt just in general. The state has to prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt. No one has a burden of proof as to a kidnapping. That's not one of the charges here. But they have to prove every single element beyond a reasonable doubt in order to find Dawan guilty of something. And if even on one element, if you do not find beyond a reasonable doubt, that's not guilty. And we talked about that during voir dire. So again, to the murder one that they talked about, you have to find beyond a reasonable doubt that there was deliberation. And the other element is you have to find beyond a reasonable doubt that Dawan caused Christian's death, which we do not have here at all. You don't have deliberation, you don't have Dawan caused his death, and you do not have beyond a reasonable doubt that he knowingly caused his death. The state has not presented any evidence at all. Through all of their 29 witnesses that they had here this week, 0 witnesses provide anything for any of these elements. It is not guilty as to murder first. Same for murder in the second degree. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he caused his death. We have not heard any evidence that Dawan caused his death at all. We have not. And the other element of murder second is that the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did conduct practically certain to cause the death. Again, we do not have that here at all. And then in the alternate count, because again, the state has no idea. They have no idea. The abuse or neglect resulting in death. The state again has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Dawan caused Christian's death. We do not have it. You do not have that element. It is not guilty. The most obvious way to look at the cause of death situation and see how the state has not proven it is that they haven't even proven death. Most murder trials have a body, an autopsy, medical examiner who can tell the jury what the cause of death is. I know this is a unique situation. I know we do not have that here. But again, as I said, 29 state witnesses and 0 told you what the cause of Christian's death was. The actual cause. They can't tell you a suggestion, what they think. No, it has to be the actual cause of the death. It got confusing because there's all these possibilities. Oh, it's medication, it's nutrition, it's this. No, it's not what we think it is. It is what is the cause of the death.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, but I
Why
do
don't you
not-
come up to the
Thank
side,
you.
please? All right, ladies and gentlemen, there was an objection raised as to the last statement or statements made by Ms. Steele. The court has sustained that objection. Will instruct you to please disregard the last statement, and it will be stricken from the record as well. So, Ms. Steele, if you want to resume and maybe say that in a different way.
Sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Oh, you may proceed, yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. We have all kinds of reasonable doubt here, and that means not guilty. If it's possible Christian's alive, it's not guilty. If it's possible that Christian was kidnapped, it's not guilty. If it's possible that Christian died of his disease, it's not guilty. Remember, no one has to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that any of things happened to find not guilty. State has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Dawan caused the death of Christian. Anything less than that is not guilty. So let's talk about this confession that didn't happen. And that's the only direct evidence of murder in this case, is Santana's alleged witness confession. But this is obviously a confession that just never happened. You saw what happened when she was on the stand and she was testifying. She couldn't keep her stories together. She said she told Sonia about this confession from Monica and Dawan. Well, Sonia came in here, sat down, and told you, absolutely not. She never told me that. And a matter of fact, her words were, I would have told somebody if that happened. It didn't happen. And she said that it happened in front of Monica. Monica and Dawan made this confession to her. Well, Monica came in here, she sat down, and she said, absolutely not. That did not happen. And another big reason how you know that that didn't happen is because she didn't say anything to the police for 15 years. She claimed she was scared and that she didn't know what to do, even though she says that Dawan never threatened her. And I asked her, I said, well, if Dawan had threatened you, what would you do? Well, I would have called the police. So she does know what to do if that actually happened. But that confession never happened. And she also, don't forget, had Sergeant Bartlett, a police officer, in her family. Even back then, in 2004, when this alleged confession happened. You don't know what to do, but you have a police officer in your family, and someone confessed to killing a child? It didn't happen. The way you can tell if a confession is real or not is if it gives some sort of, I don't know, details that's not known to the public. And what she said was nothing unique. This was all over the news. Sick kid, medicine, I don't know. It was general information. It was nothing specific. And don't forget, that she talked to Theta before she talked to Ron Goldstein, who took her statement. And I think another thing Santana said was, well, it was so long ago I forgot some things from this confession. It didn't happen. And the other thing is, that was odd, is that she claims she got this letter. That she wrote this letter to her mom just in case something happened to her after she gets this confession. And her mom puts it, she puts it in an envelope, gives it to her mom puts it away. And so when she's talking to Ron Goldstein about this confession, he's like, do you have anything that memorializes this? And then she later comes back, I have a letter. And her testimony was, she came to St. Louis from Arizona. She came to St. Louis, got the letter from her mom in the envelope, went back to Arizona, and then sent it here by email. Well, if she's here, wouldn't she just give that to law enforcement herself? The story is nonsense. And the circumstances of this confession, that's also really bizarre. So, if you're listening to what she's saying, Dawan is confessing to a woman that he's met 3 times, not friends with his wife. Her and the wife just worked together. She said she's an acquaintance, didn't have phone numbers, didn't go to the house, didn't know her children. And this confession is when trying to lure someone into a relationship? I mean, so they confessed to murder while enticing her to be with them? I mean, this didn't happen. Santana had a motive. Her and Monica had issues. You heard about the sexual harassment claim. And let's not forget, though, as well, he allegedly tells this to this woman that he barely knows. But you heard Ruth Coleman on the stand, someone who actually lived with him, was a live-in nanny / girlfriend that he still would talk to from time to time after that, who wore a wire. He didn't confess to her. He knows her more. They live together. Dawan didn't confess to anyone because he didn't kill anyone. Santana's not credible. She claims that she was scared of Dawan, but he never threatened her. She moved. They didn't have her address, didn't have her phone number. Changed her name. 14 years later. Claimed that she said it's for domestic, but it was for this. And we don't have a police report on this. She talked to the investigator that works for the prosecutor's office. And that's who she talked to first. And like I said, before she talked to him, she talked to Theta. And that's where she got the information from. Again, this is all general knowledge. Stepdad, white guy, works in construction. I mean, again, nothing specific, all very general. This was in the news. Theta had been in the news talking about this. Nothing specific. And the other easy way to disprove this is that Santana, I got her to say on the stand, what she told Ron Goldstein was, they said he was dead 2 days before, not more than a week. Well, Monica said he was alive June 10th. Lynn said he was alive June 10th. DeShonda said he was alive June 10th. It's not true. Christian was alive on June 10th. The confession never happened. And part of this confession involves something with construction or a foundation or house, whatever. Well, you heard Harry Howell on the stand, and he said that Theta and her then husband at the time, Victor, had mentioned to him about Christian being in a construction site or something like that. Remember, he said that. And they looked into it. They looked into some of the properties. They did. And they didn't find evidence of anything of Christian potentially being buried there. Didn't find it. So they moved on. As I stated, a lot of this evidence, but a lot of innuendos here are like suspicious statements made by Dawan. For example, Barbara Flory, who testified, who worked at the Heritage House that watched the exchanges. She's talking to Dawan. He was late for the exchange. And he opens up to her about the difficulties of being a caregiver of a disabled child. And she said she put on her licensed social work hat when talking to him. She said that. It's not suspicious. So is it suspicious to vent frustrations about being a parent? I mean, I know being a parent of a regular healthy child is hard as it is, but imagine a child who has this rare genetic disorder that Dr. Grange said 1 in 50,000 have, and he has a severe type, who has a regimen of medication and food. That's tough. It's okay to vent. Venting doesn't mean you murder. And I asked her after that conversation, did she, because she's a mandated reporter, did you call DFS? Did you call the police? No. She wasn't concerned. She didn't think that any of the kids were in harm's way. And then we heard about Sharon Williams, Theta's sister, who already would have a bias against Dawan. So she's going to be on Theta's side. And that dead body comment, I asked Special Agent Liza Ludovico about it. And Liza said, when I had her testifying, when she did her reports, the 302 report, she took copious notes, put it in the report. And I asked her, refresh your recollection, look at that report. Anything about over a dead body? No. Complete exaggeration. He didn't say that. So let's talk about the medical evidence in general. Dr. Grange is the expert. The LPNs are not the experts. Nurses, none of family, they're not the experts. Dr. Grange is. And she said herself that that disease could sometimes make it hard to gain weight. You have symptoms of vomiting, loss of appetite. And just because a child with citrullinemia loses weight, as she said, doesn't mean the caregiver did anything wrong. There can be other reasons for that. And by all means, it does sound like managing citrullinemia can be difficult, because she stated that Christian did some hospital time at Rankin Jordan after the coma, which is a step down. I think it's a pediatric bridge hospital where he stayed for a while. And even there, where he's getting the best top-notch care, he had some hospitalizations. It's hard. And she also said, with citrullinemia, there is a lower life expectancy. She said that. And let's talk about the weight loss. So at the March 2003 clinic appointment with Nancy Brody, and that's where the home health nurse, Kim Nelson, brought Christian. I believe labs and blood work was done. And while there, an error was discovered. And the error was discovered in the plan of care that Maxim Healthcare used for the nurses to have to know how to treat the patient. And they realized there was an error in that, and it was adjusted while she was there at the meeting or the appointment. The medication doses weren't changed. They just upped the protein to help with the weight loss. Lastly, at that appointment, Christian was not admitted into the hospital either. By all means, it sounded like he was doing okay. And Dr. Grange, I believe, blew a hole in one of the state's theories when she testified. She She testified that in her training and experience with citrullinemia patients, if a child with the disease goes a few days without the correct amount of life-sustaining medication or too little of it, that's exactly how I worded it, the child will have a hyperammonemic episode. And remember, I kept building on that question. So that means they can't go weeks without the proper dosage, months without the proper dosage. But that's their theory, that he wasn't given the proper dosages over time. But Dr. Grange is like, that can't happen. If you don't give the proper dosage over time, and again, a few days, you're going to have an episode. And their time period is over a year and a half, 2 years. And even if they're talking about the March to June, impossible. And let's not forget that Dr. Grange wasn't an expert that I retained. She testified for the state. And she actually knew Christian his entire life and his family. So she would know. And the state had talked about a lot, again, not evidence of Dawan causing a murder, but they talked a lot about the urine smell in Christian's bedroom. First of all, Christian was incontinent and he wore diapers. We know that. And Dr. Grange explained the process of the medications to manage citrullinemia, where it pulls the ammonia out through the urine. And I asked her, I said, well, and it's ammonia scavenger medication. And she said it's not uncommon for these patients to have an odor because of the medication. And again, if it's ammonia coming out of your body, that's pulling the ammonia out. Ammonia has a strong smell. Reason and common sense. And the state mentioned about the diapers that were found when the FBI did the search of the house with Special Agent Liza Ludovico. But they also found 4 empty cans of Pediasure. And yes, Kim Nero and Tredell Day both testified that Christian had pica, where he would put almost anything in his mouth. They have to watch him. And I believe then Connor also said that in the CAC interview, that that's what Christian would do. And Liza said that some diapers had some fecal matter, not all of them, and then some of them had the material in it. Well, that's why. Pica, but there was fecal matter. I think it would be more alarming if you found diapers with no fecal matter or whatever, but there was fecal matter found. There were 4 empty cans of Pediasure found. It's nothing. And the G button is a red herring. You find an old G button at the house after Dawan had moved out of it. It means nothing. We heard testimony that Christian's G button had come out before. And you also heard testimony from Dr. Grange that it's not uncommon for a G button to come out. Kids could pull it out, it could come out. And also she said, you can replace the G button if it's cracked. And a parent that's trained to do it or experienced caregiver can take it out and throw it in the trash and then put in a new one. And you don't have to remove the G button in order to give food, because he could eat orally, but a low protein amount. So it doesn't make sense. I know that it sounds bad when they say it at first, but when you zoom into the logic of it, it makes no sense. And that's a good metaphor for this trial. And yes, Tredell Day, one of the home health care nurses. You saw her on the stand. It was obvious she's not a fan of Mr. Ferguson. Well, Kim Nero was the nurse that came after Tredell Day. And she said when she got there that the Maxim book that they put in the nursing orders was a mess when she got there. So, because of that, what's the best way to defend himself against those accusations? Third party, you get that stuff, give it to the police when they ask for it. Kim Nero said she never ran out of medications in that house. When she went to that appointment with Nancy Brody and she was shown some record dealing with meds, she said she was perplexed because she never ran out of medication. And when the FBI searched that house, all of the medications that Christian needed were in that house. All of the life-sustaining medications, Pediasure, G-buttons, medical supplies, it was all in the house. And John Rogers further helped Dawan defend himself against the accusations in the press and media, again, the rumors, innuendos, by having a conversation with Lynn, then Connor. And he testified that he's talked to dozens of children. If he decides he doesn't want to speak to them, he doesn't. And they had a conversation. We read it out loud. And at no time did he say anything about a murder happening. He told John Rogers the truth. Then Connor did. No murder happened. And pharmacist Melissa Heigeman, she wasn't Christian's doctor, and she's not a doctor. She's a pharmacist. So she's not in charge of what medications Christians are supposed to get, when, how often. And then she makes this chart for the prosecutor for medical records based from 2003. But again, Kim Nelson said she never ran out of medication. And she was the nurse, I believe, from September up to March 6th of 2003. And she never ran out of medication. These records are inaccurate. Even she said that. I don't understand it. He always has medication. I don't have an issue with that.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object as to stating facts never in evidence.
That wasn't.
That'll be overruled. The jury will be guided by the evidence as they remember it. You may continue.
The other issue that the state has with this case is that Dawan has no motive to kill his son. None. There's no life insurance policy, no financial windfall. The state's grasping at straws for a motive because they have no idea. They don't know. And what they're trying to say isn't supported by any evidence, and it just doesn't make sense. Because they're trying to say he did this to get back at Theta for a court hearing in June. So let's talk about that court hearing. Nothing changed at the court hearing. There was no change in custody. There was no change in... there was no change. There was nothing happen that would cause that. It was visitation needs to resume. So again, that motive doesn't make any sense. Let me talk a little bit about Lynn. The reason why I spend so much time bringing up what Lynn said before is because Lynn's statements now are a complete 180 from what she said back in 2003 on. And she's had multiple opportunities to speak. She's talked, you heard a conversation recorded with her mom. There was others. She talked to the CAC. She talked to the police. She talked to John Rogers. And in none of those statements, any of those statements, did she ever say that she heard this incident in another room. She's never said that. In all of those statements, she said Christian was being fed, he was getting his medication, and he was alive and breathing when Dawan had taken him to the car. Nothing about Dawan taking him into another room and hurting him. It's completely made up. The idea that Lynn was under the influence of Dawan's parents is preposterous. Because in those conversations in 2003 with her mom, it was just her and her mom talking. And then I think at one time her mom's husband was in there talking. And you heard it. They're laughing, they're having a good time, and they're still talking about the night before Christian went missing and the morning of. Dawan's not there. Dawan's parents aren't there. Same at the CAC. Dawan's not there. Dawan's parents aren't there. Talk to the police. Dawan's not there. Dawan's parents aren't there. There's no influence. Lynn had been consistent until 2018. And that's because nothing happened. So why is she changing her story now? And that's what makes that confusing. I am sensitive to the fact that Lynn's had a tough life. I'm sensitive to that. You're between parents that hate each other. Your brother disappears. You move in with your grandparents. That's hard. But we also saw or heard in that interview that I played between Theta and then Connor, of Theta starting to plant the seeds a little bit. She's talking about Christian's bones. And then Connor said,
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
Thank you.
and then Connor's conversation with John Rogers that you heard yesterday. She freely admitted that Theta would say terrible things about her father. And that's wrong. That's unfair. It's manipulation. And what do we see now? A young woman who's fed into her mom's anger. So what does she do? In 2018, she goes and does a whole nother statement that's against her father. That everything can get so twisted after 20 years. Thank goodness we can show the statements that she made prior that had been consistent until 2018. When you're deliberating in the jury room and you're debating each other on just how bad things are in this house or with Christian's medical care, just remember, Dr. Grange never reported him to DFS or the police. Barbara Flory never reported him to DFS or the police. Tredell Day never reported him to DFS or the police. Kim Nero never reported him to the police or DFS. Mary Ellen Pinnock never reported him to DFS or the police. And Nancy Brody did not either. And that's because nothing happened that rose to the level of their concern. And these are mandated reporters. They're legally obligated to do it. And they didn't. The state wants you to believe that Dawan was like slowly killing his child in front of home health care workers, doctors, whatever. And none of them noticed. Because if it was remotely true, one of them would have called DFS or told the authorities about it. But that's not what happened. And I want to talk to you about the kidnapping. Remember, there's no burden of proof here to say that the kidnapping happened. They'd have to prove to you that the kidnapping happened in order to find Dawan not guilty. Because this is not a trial about the kidnapper or the car. But the kidnapping story is important because the state has still not disproven it, which means that there's reasonable doubt that Dawan caused Christian's death. They say that there's no way that a car thief would have stolen a car with a kid in it, and the kidnapper would have dumped the car quickly if they realized there was a kid. But you saw Detective Wolf, who was here, and he testified. And in his training and experience as a police officer, he's had many cases where car thieves take a car with a kid in it, and they dump the car. But if you have a sick child in the car that is nonverbal, it might take longer to notice there's a kid in the car. I don't know. And they say that there's no way that a car thief would have dumped the car and left that stuff in there. Well, let's talk about what's in the car. I think they said a bulletproof vest and some handcuffs. And I think it was Officer Creeley that testified. It looked like maybe the inside of a cop car. Well, yeah. You get in the car, you see all that stuff. Probably did dump it. I'm getting out of here. I'm not touching this. Looks like a cop car. And the best evidence that there was reasonable doubt is that, no, Mr. Schlesinger discredited Deon Dupree. Yeah, he's a little kooky. But he said on that stand, that's the car that I saw. I was at the day camp. It's over there in Hodemont, and I saw this purple car speed off, and he also corrected himself and said, well, I use car and SUV interchangeably, but that's the car I saw. And Ms. Tremaine said, well, how do you know it's that car? Well, I saw it on the news. That's the car. Didn't tell anyone at the time because no one asked him about it. Which goes to show you how the cops kind of treated this case. And the best part about some of this is that some of these witnesses that I've mentioned in my closing, like Dr. Grange, Detective Wolf, Deon Dupree, Sonia, they have no reason to help Dawan. They have no dog in this fight. As far as Lakeisha and the gold car, the only solid proof of when that gold car was near the payphone was the news footage on the screenshot that was shown. And it said 7:48 a.m. It's like an hour or so after Dawan called the police. The most reasonable explanation for this car is that Dawan, who had keys to the car, had someone bring it to him. Lakeisha said Dawan had keys, her friend Tanae had keys, her mom had keys, I think she said Monica had keys. So yeah, he was calling people, this is what happened. Hey.
Your Honor, arguing facts never admitted into evidence.
That'll be overruled. The jury will be guided by the facts as they remember them, and I would caution both counsel, though, stick within the facts that were presented to the jury, okay? You may continue.
Thank you. So the car was abandoned on Ron Bar, and the neighbors' accounts for the times, they're kind of all over the place, actually. When then Connor was talking to John Rogers about the night and morning into Christian's disappearance, they asked about what time did his dad leave the house. And he said the sky was kind of dark, but starting to get light out. And I believe the state said the sunrise was 5:36. And if it was 5 something, I think one of the testimony was 5:15, it was still dark out. This whole trial has shown you that you can't rely on human memory for times. Plus, it's been 20 years. Memories fade. Let's use our reason and common sense here. He faked a kidnapping and then gets a car that's associated with him because Lakeisha lived with him for a period of time, and then goes and dumps a body and then drives the car that they did it in by a payphone that he calls. And again, there's been no evidence that there was any evidence of foul play or anything with Lakeisha's car. Nothing at all. No evidence of concrete found in the car, concrete on him, nothing. No evidence that when they found him, he was disheveled, dirty, nothing. It doesn't make sense. Again, this was a parental rights trial. Talked about a lot of other things other than did Dawan cause his death? Because there's no evidence. There's nothing. We're talking about missed doctor's appointments. We're talking about medications. We're talking about all this other stuff. But there's been no talk about any evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that Dawan caused Christian's death. Because it's just not here. We don't have it. Listen, I wouldn't dare stand here and say Dawan was Father of the Year. I would not do that. I'm not going to do that. I know you all heard some things that make you uncomfortable. I'm not going to deny that. I know that. He's made some choices that's uncomfortable. The missed medical appointments, the bed linens. I understand. That's uncomfortable. But that's not evidence that he murdered Christian. You heard evidence that Dawan and Monica had an open relationship. That might make some people uncomfortable. But that doesn't mean they're a murderer. Remember in Vordaer, I asked everyone, and maybe some of you all specifically, that you can set aside any bias or uncomfortableness or whatever and listen to the evidence and make your decision. And now's the time to do that. You need to set evidence of murder. You do not have it here. Ignore the drama, ignore the rumors, ignore the innuendos, ignore that. Set it aside. Listen to the evidence. They have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Dawan caused Christian's death. They have not done that. The state itself has doubts. You see that where they have alternate counts. They don't know. Dawan's been consistent all these years. The witnesses have not. DeShonda wasn't consistent. She claimed about something, saw Dawan in the threshold when she woke up in the morning. She never told Liza Ludovico that. And Liza said when she talked to her, she was asking about the night or morning hours of Christian's disappearance. She never told her that. It didn't happen. And she talked to her within months of his disappearance. Didn't happen. And she was interviewed at school, away from her parents, no influence. Never said that happened. Didn't happen. Remember when I said when I first started, throw it against the wall, see what sticks? There's nothing sticking. The state has not met its burden. If you still have questions, if you still have doubts, the benefit goes to Dawan, not them. The state has not met its burden beyond a reasonable doubt that Dawan killed Christian Ferguson. Now the state gets another chance to come and talk to you. I don't. So please, with everything that you hear, the question is now, is this evidence that Dawan killed Christian? Not that Dawan's a bad dad, not that Dawan's neglectful, not this, no. Is it evidence of murder? And have they proven that Dawan killed Christian? I ask you when you deliberate that you find Dawan Ferguson not guilty of all charges. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think we'll take us. All right, just 1 minute, Mr. Schlesinger. We'll get started here. Everybody gets settled back in. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Defense counsel was just up here, and she talked about this case being a parental dispute, and she talked about the state's evidence of it's just medications, just missed appointments. The argument is offensive. This is not a parent that missed a single doctor appointment. This is not a parent that forgot to give a child their morning Tylenol when they have a headache. That's not what this is. Christian's medications, Christian's doctor's appointments were essential to keeping him alive. So to treat it like it's nothing and to talk about this trial as a dispute between parents is offensive and an insult to his memory. This is not a normal situation, and it shouldn't be considered like a normal situation. It's different, and it should be considered differently. Defense counsel talked to you about a lot of things. I'm going to try to address most of them in the time I have left. She used the term rumors, theories, innuendos, but not actual evidence. She said that a few times, which I find slightly ironic, given that that is exactly what she is trying to do with you in regards to Theta. She wants to allude to the fact that Theta person has somehow influenced all of these people to go against Dawan. Yet she doesn't have any actual evidence to support her theory. This trial is not about Theta. Think about the evidence you heard in this case. The only evidence you heard about Theta was a mother trying to figure out what happened to her son. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. A mother trying to figure out what had happened to her son. She implied that Santana Contreras somehow concocted this whole story after I believe it was a 2-minute conversation over the phone when they had never met before. And yet somehow in that 2-minute phone conversation, because they have a mutual friend on Facebook, somehow brought this woman to make up this whole story 19 years later. No. Let's talk a little bit about Santana Contreras. You saw her walk into this courtroom. You saw her take the stand. She was trembling. She was afraid. She has every right to be. Miss Steele was making a big deal about how she didn't call 911. She didn't. She talked about it. She talked about her reasons why. She was terrified. Two people had just made this statement to her. I believe she called it a heinous act, and she didn't know what to do. She panicked. She wrote a letter to her mom saying, if anything happened to me, this is why. She moved out of the state. Within a week after this happening, left her job, left her family, and has never returned since. And she talks about how she continued to be afraid because when Dawan and Monica were pursuing her, these little gift bags were left on her door. She doesn't know for sure it's them, but they were approaching her about this relationship, and the gift bags continued in Wichita. I'm not saying the defendant did it, but it explains why she was afraid, and she thought he did it, and that's what's important. She thought he might have been following her. And she came in here from out of state 19 years later, took the stand, had to have him staring at her, and she told you what happened. Look at her demeanor while testifying. Follow the instructions as it relates to witness credibility. Santana Contreras is a credible witness. And also, if this was some sort of concocted or made up confession, it would have been better. She would have said, I killed him by taking him in the other room and strangling him, and then I put his body in a foundation of a home. All she said was, Dawan Ferguson told me that the boy was dead before he made the call. Miss Steele tried talking about how it was 2 days earlier or a week earlier and how she had tried to trip her up on that, but she told you he never said that. That was my impression from it. The only thing she heard was that he was dead before he made that 911 call. He made statements to her, derogatory statements about his ex-wife, about Theda. She told Theda about what Dawan had said, sure, but there was no testimony or evidence that Theda told her to say that, none at all. All Theda did was put her in contact with the person Theda knew to be leading the investigation. Like any mother would. You receive a call about something about your child, you put them in contact with the person that is investigating it. It's normal. And to imply otherwise, there's no evidence to support it. And let's talk a little bit about Santana, because the defense in their case actually put up competing theories. They put up Monica, who said, I have no idea who Cherie Holder is. That conversation never happened. There was never any sexual harassment. She never worked at the Avenue. Don't know who she is.
Objection, that's not a fact and evidence.
That'll be overruled. The jury will remember the evidence as they recall hearing it and seeing it.
Thank you. And then they also called Sonia. And Sonia testified, I do remember Santana. She was referred to as Cherie at the time. I was her manager. I hired her. She reported to me that Dawan Ferguson and Monica Ferguson had been sexually harassing her. Both theories can't be true, and the defense can't have it that way. What Sonia says actually corroborates what Santana said. She worked there. She knew Monica. She knew Sonia. There was some sort of sexual harassment that went on that actually corroborates why Santana was afraid of them. Their own evidence supports the state's theory. Miss Steele got up here and made statements to you about how, if you believe there's a possibility of this, if you believe there's a possibility of that, then it must be not guilty. That's not accurate. The law does not require proof that overcomes all possible doubt. It's in the instructions, and that was discussed in jury selection. So that's not true. Just because there's a possibility does not mean he is not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require proof beyond all possible doubt. It requires proof beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is evidence that leaves you firmly convinced. Ms. Steele also talked about how this case relies heavily on circumstantial evidence. We talked about circumstantial evidence in jury selection. Circumstantial evidence is equally important to any other type of evidence. But we also have direct evidence. We have the statements by Dawan. We have the observations of Lynn Ferguson. We have the observations of DeShonda. We have the medication records that show that he wasn't receiving them. We have the missed appointments. We have the missed visits. We have all of it. Ms. Steele keeps saying that the evidence is theories and innuendos. But that's not true. It is evidence. Let's talk a little bit more about this 911 call. She made statements to you about how it would be reasonable that an individual would leave the car abandoned with things in it because it might have been a cop car. So then you take the child, but you leave the things in there, but you take the child. It's a cop car, so I want to get away from here, and then also take the child? No. Let's talk about what was left in Dawan Ferguson's car. This was admitted into evidence. It is a laptop, cell phone with a charger in his car when it was allegedly carjacked. Think about that. Yet Dawan Ferguson had to stop at a payphone.
What was that exhibit number for the record? 45. Thank you.
She also talked about how the nurses talked about there always being medication there, and there never being any short supply. These photographs were also admitted into evidence, and I want to show them to you, and I want you to draw the reasonable inferences from them. These are photographs of the pill bottles that were seized by Dawan Ferguson's defense lawyer. The date on it is April 18th, 2002. And look how full that one is too. The pill bottles, the medication from almost a year or two ago that are nearly full, were seized by his defense attorney. And she made it seem like they just turned that over to the police when the police asked for it. That's not true. The police had to obtain a grand jury subpoena in order to get those from his lawyer. And the lawyer, nor the Metro One investigators, ever told the police about its existence at all. It's only after they received a tip from neighbors that a team had gone into the house and taken things that the police suspected something might have been missing. Something might have been taken. So don't be fooled by that. But instead, think about what that means. Ms. Steele indicated that we don't have any evidence to show motive. Well, first of all, I don't need to prove motive. Motive is not an element. Not at all. So while I don't even have to, we do have motive. Dawan Ferguson did not care for his child for years, but specifically months leading into June. And then he had to go to court on June 9th of 2003, and he suddenly was told, produce the child or risk being held in contempt. 2 days later is when this happened, when he made the 911 call. His time was up. He couldn't get away with it any longer. That is motive. There are several things on here, several pieces of evidence that the defense cannot explain away.
Objection, burden shifting.
Response.
Your Honor, it's countering her arguments and things that she said.
Yeah, I'll overrule the objection. You may continue.
Thank you. There are several pieces of evidence that the defense cannot explain away. The pharmacy records, the food shortages, the statements by the nurse, other than they try to minimize it or blame the nurses, but they can't dispute what was told. The car being seen on Ron Bar, Lakeisha May's clothes being in the car. There's nobody in the house from March of 2003 until June that can talk about what Christian looked like then, other than Lynn and DeShonda. It's not a single witness that proves the case, but it's a combination and culmination of all of the witnesses. Miss Steele's right. We put on a ton of witnesses, and a lot of them didn't have a ton to say. Some of them had their small piece to contribute, but everything they said is evidence, and all of it is to be considered by you. Everything about the observations from the nurses, the concerns and observations from the doctors, the disputing of the 911 call, everything. Let's talk about Lynn Ferguson. She got up here and she told you what she saw on June 10th of 2003 leading into June 11th. Lynn Ferguson is a character. You saw her when she was a child in her CAC interview. You saw her here on the stand. Lynn Ferguson is very charismatic and opinionated. But pay attention. She also corrects people a lot. She corrected me. She corrected Miss Steele. She corrected the interviewer. No one is influencing what Lynn Ferguson has to say. She talks about what she remembers seeing as a child. She talks about how she might not have processed it the same way back then, but you also heard from Martha Finnegan, the trained forensic interviewer. She talked about that process of disclosure, and she talked about memory. She talked about blocks on why a child may or may not say something at the time. She will talk about how a child may say certain things but leave out other details. They talk about how a child's story sometimes develops as they get older and how it's common and expected. It would be more concerning or more unusual if it was the exact same every single time. She explained in her expertise how that is a process and that is common and accepted. But one of the blocks she talks about was parental influences or family influences, environmental influences, things like that. Do you remember on that CAC interview? She asks, who's watching this? Who's this going to? And you know who she was concerned about seeing it? Was her grandparents, the defendant's parents, John Steffen and Dawana Steffen, who she was living with. And after she was assured that John and Dawana Steffen would not see it, she says in that CAC interview that when Christian came back from the other room with his dad, he was asleep and he wasn't moaning. So the defense introduced into evidence and read for you the statement between John Rogers and Lynn after that CAC. And you know who was sitting right next to her? Dawana Steffen, the same person that she was concerned would ever see that CAC interview. Think about that. Miss Steele said repeatedly that this case had not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's her job. But she is wrong. It has been. I don't need to prove the actual cause of death. It's not an element.
Statement of law.
I'm sorry.
Objection, misstatement of law.
That's overruled. You may continue.
Thank you. I don't actually have to prove the cause of death. I have to prove that the defendant caused it. No one's really disputing that Christian Ferguson is dead. There was doctor testimony that would establish that he would have absolutely died without medical intervention, and that never happened. But Christian Ferguson was dead when he was taken out of that house that day. Dawan Ferguson is the only person that had care, custody, and control of Christian Ferguson for those years. He was responsible for him. He failed to provide him with his medication, nutrition. He brought him to the brink of death, and then when his time ran out, he killed him. He caused his death. He's the one that removed him from the home. He was the last one seen with him. and then he staged a fake cover-up to try and get away with it. And we have the element of deliberation, absolutely. Every act he did over those 2-year periods is a deliberate act. Everything he did that night is a deliberate act. The element of deliberation has been met. And let's talk about what Dawan did, or rather didn't do, after. You heard testimony. There was organized searches. There were prayer vigils. Dawan Ferguson told Ruth Todd, don't go to those. He told Lakeisha Mays, don't talk to the police.
Objection. Fact not in evidence.
That was
Approach, please.
That was testified.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there was an objection, and the court has sustained that objection. I'll ask you to please disregard Mr. Schlesinger's last statement. The record will be stricken, and if you would proceed, maybe restate your point.
Sure. Dawan Ferguson talked to Lakeisha Mays, and I apologize. He said, you don't have to speak to the police. There were several organized search parties looking for Christian. And Dawan Ferguson never attended them. There were prayer vigils for Christian Ferguson. Dawan Ferguson never attended them. And I want you to ask yourselves, why? At the beginning of this case, you did not know any of the evidence. A week later, you have sat here, you have listened to the evidence, and if you're sitting there thinking, he did it, it's because it's been proven to you. This is an old case, 19 years. That doesn't mean the evidence is gone. You heard it. Doesn't mean the evidence is bad. It's not. When you go back into that jury deliberation room, remember everything you've heard. Remember how Christian and what he was like before 2001. Remember that video of him walking around. Remember that this didn't have to happen. He didn't have to become the disabled boy that he was in 2001, 2002, and 2003. Think about all the actions that the defendant did to neglect and ignore him. Think of all the medications he didn't receive. And think about what Dawan Ferguson did to him when he knew his time was up. Christian Ferguson deserves justice for being murdered by his father. His family deserves justice. He has gotten away with it for too long. Don't be another part of the system that fails him now. Find Dawan Ferguson guilty of murder in the first degree. Thank you.
A dramatic day in court. A verdict is imminent in the Dawan Ferguson murder trial.
Fox News' Kelly Hoskins has been in the courtroom all day, and she joins us live now from Clayton with the latest. Kelly.
Well, Elliot and Shirley, we're told that the verdict is, the jury has just returned to the courtroom and the verdict is in. So we are expecting an announcement here shortly, and we will definitely bring it to you. Now, prosecutors charged Dawan Ferguson in the death of his son, who went missing nearly 20 years ago. But throughout the trial, the defense team said that the prosecutors had no evidence and Christian's body has not been found. Now, we're told that that verdict has just been announced and Dawan Ferguson has been found guilty, murder first. And we're going to have a press conference here shortly with St. Louis County Prosecuting Attorney Wesley Bell, along with Christian Ferguson's family. And so we will bring that to you live again. Once again, the verdict in, Dawan Ferguson found guilty on murder first.
Today, a jury found Dawan Ferguson guilty of first-degree murder. His 9-year-old son, Christian Ferguson, disappeared in 2003. His body never found.
For 5 days, jurors listened to testimony about the final moments, months, and years of Christian Ferguson's life. The 9-year-old suffered from a rare genetic disorder that could be fatal if he wasn't given proper medications. His father claimed his car was stolen while Christian was inside in 2003. Police found the car, but Christian has never been seen again. Prosecutors proved Dawan Ferguson didn't give his son the medications doctors said he needed in order to survive. Jurors told me that's what made them united right off the bat, that Dawan Ferguson killed his son. Juror Evan Harris told me she was the lone holdout between murder first and murder second. She said she changed her mind because of pictures of Christian's medications that prosecutors showed during closings.
They showed us the dates, and that's like, if there's still medicine from
months and a year ago, you did not give it to Christian.
Christian's mother, Theda, has been fighting for this moment for 19 years.
I'm just grateful that we had jurors who did their jobs and made sure that justice was served as much as possible for our family.
St. Louis County Prosecutor Wesley Bell stood with Theda during a press conference moments after the verdict.
She was right. All those years, she was right. And we're just glad we were along for the ride to help her see justice.
Dawan Ferguson will be formally sentenced for first-degree murder on August 16th. That carries a mandatory sentence of life without the chance of parole, which is about 30 years.
A verdict 20 years in the making. A jury convicted Dawan Ferguson, the father accused of killing his 9-year-old disabled son, Christian Ferguson, of first-degree murder without a chance of parole.
Well, it's been a long trial for this family that says they've been waiting for this to come, and they will never get closure because Christian is still missing. And this is something they've been waiting for a very long time. They say they're just grateful that they're able to see this verdict come in because they say for so many other families, they don't have that chance.
After hours of deliberation, the fate of Dawan Ferguson is decided. Guilty of murder in the first degree, life in prison without eligibility of parole. The family feels some justice has been served, but they will never fully get closure without Christian's body.
They'll probably never understand the pain that we've endured being stripped. I never saw my children's teeth fall out, and it's so many things that I never got to do.
Christian's father, Dawan Ferguson, was on trial for the murder of his 9-year-old disabled son who disappeared in June 2003. Ferguson said he was kidnapped after his car was stolen while on the way to the hospital. Christian was never found.
I heard the words and I know it's real, but I'm still allowing it to sink in because I've been fighting so long.
So much abuse, so much, not just us as children, but my mother, everything that we've been put through, there needed to be some kind of vindication.
The prosecuting attorney said the defense's side of the story had a lot of holes in it.
Well, I think there was plenty of evidence that proved that Dawan committed the murder, which is why I believe the jury got it right. Circumstantial evidence is evidence.
The defense attorney argued there was no evidence that demonstrated a motive in Christian's death. Christian had a rare metabolic condition, was disabled, and required around-the-clock care. One juror found his father's lack of care, specifically with a piece of evidence, a medicine bottle, led to be a determining factor in their decision that the murder was premeditated.
They showed us the dates, and that's if there's still medicine from months and a year ago, you did not give it to Christian.
The family believes Dawan and multiple other people failed Christian. Now, after almost 20 years, the biggest question over what happened to Christian still remains.
You know the truth. Where's my baby? Where did you put my baby?
Very emotional day for everyone involved. The jury was instructed to disregard all lesser charges once that murder conviction came through. And we should know we tried to talk to the defense attorney, but she never came out of the courthouse for interviews. And as for sentencing, that will come at a later date.
After nearly 2 decades of waiting, a St. Louis mom gets justice for her murdered 9-year-old son. News 11's Kelly Hoskins was there as Christian Ferguson's father was convicted.
Today, a jury found Dawan Ferguson guilty of murder of his son. It's a verdict that came down that his mother says she waited 20 years to receive. The Dawan Ferguson murder trial made national headlines after his disabled son, Christian Ferguson, disappeared in 2003 when he was just 9 years old. His father told investigators his SUV was stolen when Christian Ferguson was inside. And to this day, Christian's body has never been found. During the closing arguments, prosecutors pleaded their case to try and prove Dawan Ferguson neglected his son over the years and ultimately caused the child's death. Next, Dawan Ferguson's defense team fired back during closing arguments and said that the state had made lots of rumors throughout the case and that they did not have evidence to prove murder. First, you will hear from Christian Ferguson's mother and then St. Louis County Prosecutor Wesley Bell.
I'm still getting used to this feeling. I heard the words and I know it's real, but I'm still allowing it to sink in because I've been fighting so long and I had to be so strong for other people, including myself. I never really was able to put up pictures and, because it was a constant reminder of what I did not have but I always had Christian in my heart, in my mind. Everything that I do was about obtaining justice.
This family who for 19, 20 years were denied justice, but on our watch, they received it today.
At the end of the day, you know, the only thing that we all want is Christian to be here. And I think my mom put that best a second ago. And, you know, we can't get him back, but at the end of the day, it is amazing. It's a relief, it's vindication, it's everything to be able to stand here and know that, you know, justice has been served. So my mother has been the driving force behind all of this. And she did exactly what I think it was John in his closing statement said a mother would do, you know, in this situation.
She was right. All those years, she was right. And we're just glad we were along for the ride to help her see justice. So.
Today, Christian Ferguson's mother said that she received that justice that she had been waiting for 20 years. And St. Louis County Prosecuting Attorney Wesley Bell said that she was very persistent to make sure that it happened.
I still don't have what should be here today.
You know, we can't get him back, but at the end of the day, it is amazing. It's a relief.
Vindication for a family that spent nearly 2 decades searching for this boy. Christian Ferguson's father will go to prison for his son's death.
It is a saga that has made national headlines and gripped the St. Louis area for nearly 20 years. On June 11th, 2003, Christian Ferguson, a 9-year-old who couldn't walk or talk, vanished. 16 years later, on October 3rd, 2019, Dawan Ferguson, Christian's father, was charged with his murder, and today a jury convicted him. News 4's Dion Broxton is live in Clayton with what's next for the family after receiving justice. Dion.
Corey, I was inside this courtroom when the family cried and celebrated this verdict. They waited almost 20 years for this, but remember, Christian is still missing, and his mom says they're going to keep looking for him.
We can't get him back, but at the end of the day, it is amazing. It's a relief, it's vindication.
Lynn Ferguson, Christian Ferguson's sister, says she was in the room when her father, Dawan Ferguson, carried her 9-year-old brother out of the bedroom in a blanket. The family says that day in 2003 is the last time they saw the boy.
Christian's mother, Theta, who would never give up. All she wanted was her day in court.
Fast forward to July 2022.
Cold cases are always difficult.
Christian's mother, Theta Tom, is finally getting the results she prayed for.
Missing person cases are just murder cases waiting to be solved.
On Friday, a jury found Dawan guilty of first-degree murder.
There's reasonable doubt that Dawan caused Christian's death.
The defense tried to substantiate Dawan's claim that someone stole his car with Christian in it, but the jury didn't buy his story.
Circumstantial evidence is evidence, and a body is not required to get a conviction for a murder charge.
Thomas says she never stopped searching for her son's body.
I feel like that's always in order, you know, just like looking for the other 1,200 plus people that are missing.
Thomas has spent years helping other families search for missing loved ones. The mother says she got a bit of closure today, but finding Christian's body is the last step.
I still don't have what should be here today.
Dawan Ferguson didn't testify during trial. He will serve life in prison with no parole. That's the state mandate for first-degree murder.
Your child comes up missing and years go by without a trace. You wonder what happened. And if your child is even still alive.
It was just like God said, I got you, I had you, I have you, throughout the whole battle.
The battle, as Theta puts it, began June 11, 2003. That was the last time her son, Christian Ferguson, was seen alive. Severely disabled and only 9 years old, Christian was strapped in a car seat while riding with his father, Dawan Ferguson. After Dawan stopped to use a payphone, he says his vehicle was stolen with Christian inside. The SUV was recovered hours later, but Christian's whereabouts remain unknown. As a mother, describe the emotion you felt when your son came up missing.
That's something that's extremely hard to actually describe. You never think that something like that is going to happen to you. But due to the fact that I had been in court and fighting for the lives of my children, I always felt that something was going to happen. I just didn't know what happened.
How drastically did this incident change your life?
I'm doing things today that I never thought I would do today, and I think that it was derived from the strength that came from going through this battle. This was a big awakening for me. I learned things that I never thought that I would learn, though, even though it's been tragic, it's been helpful at the same time.
You know, you once told me you thought it would be different if it was if this happened during the days of Dr. Martin Luther King. What did you mean by that?
What I mean is, there's a chapter in my book, the book I've been writing for a while, and it's called Becoming a Leader That I Sought. And the reason why I have that chapter in my book is because ever since the beginning, I've gone around to different local leaders, and I've just not had the support that I expected. I was a scholar athlete in high school. I played volleyball for Harris Stowe State University. It's a university now, it was a college when I was attending. And I've just done so many things in the community. Part of Matthews Dickey's Boys Club, tried to do everything that I could to stay out of trouble and walk the straight and narrow. And I just felt that through all that I've done, that the world would just come up behind me and say, hey, we know this lady, you know. I thought that they would rally together like they did for Rosa Parks or the way they did for Emmett Till or something, and those things just didn't happen.
What do you miss most about Christian?
I miss everything about him because he was just so bright and vibrant, you know, and sometimes in my speech I can hear him. When I cut my hair, I can see him. My mother told me stop cutting my hair. She thought it was a depression thing or something. But sometimes I guess I would do it just so I could see him through me. But I miss everything about him. You know, even though he had citrullinemia and had to have constant monitoring, and I had to weigh his food and everything, it still was like something that I just got used to. It was a necessity.
And I was just about to get to that. What exactly is citrullinemia?
It's a metabolic disorder where he lacked the enzyme that breaks down protein. So after I gave birth to him, I was saying that he was feeling kind of cold, and I think I breastfed him.
So there was an inability to break down the protein in his body, which caused him
to go into a coma. He would start acting real lethargic. Actually, as an infant, his eyes started rolling in the back of his head, and eventually he kept poking his tongue out like he was having a seizure, which they say he was. So
how did you adjust to this disease?
It was like I brought this child into this world. It's just I'm obligated to adjust to it. I'm a mother. I didn't feel like I was ready, but a lot of times in life we are not ready for what is presented to us. So,
but it was
I grew up as an athlete. You know, it's not over till it's over, and you just do what is necessary. You know, so I just felt like if God allowed that to happen, He was going to provide me with the strength and the capabilities to manage it.
Sean Hornback and Ben Ownsby, two area children that went missing but were found alive in the year of 2007. How do you feel when you see cases like that?
I feel happy for the parents and for the community, you know, that they had closure. As a matter of fact, I think I was doing an interview the day that they were found with Channel 2, I believe. And anyway, it's a beautiful thing when someone has closure in a situation. It's tragic when you think about what the children may have gone through, you know, and the emotional impact that will have on the rest of their lives, you know, but it's.
Did you immediately relate that to what you were going through?
I did, but I didn't, because my situation is different. It's not like my situation it started from a custody battle.
In this time that your son has been missing, you told me earlier that you suffer severe panic attacks.
Actually, I was going through a lot of anxiety when I was with the father. There were things that were going on, and I guess my body was telling me something was wrong, and I really didn't know what my body was telling me. But it just became worse the deeper the situation became.
And you told me, quote, you said, I had to remind myself who I am.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I felt that way a lot going through court, because I was standing before a system that pretty much told me that my values did not mean anything to them. My children were not important to them. And I felt like I was living a nightmare. It was like a dream, and I had to constantly look at myself. You are Theta. You have 2 children. They are male children. I had to just tell myself certain things so that I can remind myself of what was going on, because there was so much mental anguish that was going on, and people kept saying, you know, are you for real? This is going on to you? Well, you don't drink, and you don't abuse your children. How could he get your children? You know? But money and power, you know, that's what rules the world. And sometimes, even though you do the right thing or the right things, you still suffer, you know. They don't care all the time about who's right or who's wrong.
Well, who were the people that were on your side? Who helped you through all of this? A lot of people came up to you and said some things, and I'm sure family and friends. What stands out?
What stands out, I guess the first thing that comes to my mind are the people who I didn't even know who came out to search for my son. You know, when I couldn't stand for myself, they were standing for me. I remember receiving phone calls when they were searching for a Christian, and this lady, she couldn't even walk, but she was just telling me if I could, this is what I would do. And I'm thinking to myself, there's a lot of people who are capable and who didn't even have, you know, the heart to pick up the phone and say, hey, this is what I would do. But just knowing that there were people who were feeling for me, you know.
How did that make you feel?
That makes me feel good right now.
Just
you know,
thinking
that's what makes me really want to fight, because there are people who are going to go through probably the same thing that I'm going through now. There are people going through what I'm going through now. And and that's one of the reasons why I do what I do. You know, I don't want
That's why you
other
started
people.
your organization as well. Tell us about that.
My organization is called Looking for an Angel Incorporated, and my mission is to increase awareness of and raise monetary rewards for missing persons. I focus more so on increasing awareness because I need more money. So if anybody has any donations, please send them in. But I just don't want people to feel like in my situation, for example, I was married at the time when my son came up missing. So it was easier for me to not go to work, even though I needed to go to work. But it was easier for me not to go to work because I knew I had a retired husband at home. And so since he was retired, we could probably do some things that a person who's living by themselves going through my situation, and we were able to do things they probably could never do, you know. And then even having more than that person, we still weren't able to do a lot of things, you know. We couldn't just fly around the country all the time, and I just wanted to make the burdens of somebody going through my situation lighter.
What was the lowest point?
The lowest point was, it's a lot of lowest points. When you say lowest points, you mean the lowest point of going through my whole ordeal?
Did you ever consider suicide?
Oh yeah, plenty of times. I considered suicide going through the custody battle, because I felt like that kind of gets back to your first question, one of your first questions, because I felt like it was my fault, and I felt like my children shouldn't have to suffer because of a choice that I made. And so it was only up to me to make the situation right. But I didn't know how. How could I don't have enough money, and I don't have power. That's how I felt. You know, I had God. He has power. But I knew at the same time that he may allow some things that we may not want to go through to happen. You know, even when we look at the Christian birth of Christ, you know, innocent person, crucified. For us.
So without power and money, how did you keep people motivated over these nearly 10 years?
Well, that's where Christ comes in.
To continue looking and helping in this case.
And that's where my faith really came into play, because I was made to be faithful. I was made to trust God through everything. You know, if it weren't for God and him just showing himself through the coma, letting a tear come out of Christian's eye, run down his face to let me know he's got me.
Last October, Theta and her family honored Christian's 19th birthday. This age-progressed photo shows how he would look today. Theta says her quest for answers has been long and exhausting. Where did this come from, where you now feel a need to help others who are going through the things that you have gone through over these years?
It basically comes from what I've gone through, just being alive to tell the story, you know. I really care about
people. Where did the idea come from to do that?
Where did that idea come from? I think it just came from my foundational belief in God. I mean, God is everything to me, you know. I'm telling you, I would not be alive today if it weren't for God being in my life. You know, my son almost died at birth. They said he would die, but he didn't.
Theda, if you never find out exactly what happened to Christian, will you be okay? Will you be able to be happy again?
Well, I can't say that I totally don't know because, like I said, I know more than a lot of people think that I know.
But you don't have any evidence to support it in that?
I have evidence, like...
I'm talking about in terms of where your son is at this point.
Well, yeah, I don't know. He could be under one of the pyramid construction sites. He could be in the trash somewhere.
So I'm asking, if you never find out exactly where your son is, will you be okay?
I'm a faithful person. I will be okay. I'm getting better as we go along. So, you know, it's like so many things that I've been through and seen that I never thought I would live to even speak about. If God can get me through that, what can he get me through? You know? I guess it's just like I try so hard to keep these things from transpiring and to know that I was screaming and nobody heard me. I don't know, I guess I feel still bothered by that. And I know I can cry and pray. I still cry about it, you know. It just, most of the time I don't have time to cry because I'm so focused on what I have to do. So I stay busy a lot so that I won't have to just constantly dwell on the pain. You know, I make my jewelry, or I sing in the band, or I do my craft in the classroom. Try to come up with a creative way to get across something in an educational fashion so that I can better the children, our children, my children.
Your last meeting with Christian, you said that you treated it like any other departing.
Like the last day that I saw him?
The last time you saw him. Do you wish you had said or done anything differently if you knew you weren't going to see him again?
I probably would not have left.
Who is Theda today as opposed to who she was 10 years ago?
Theda today is not afraid to stand for herself. You know, when I was going through the anxiety kind of situation, it was new to me. And I'm like, I'm speaking to judges and lawyers and who are these? I felt like I was going through the Wizard of Oz or something. But, you know, it's like, you know, you just have to, you know, pull yourself together. I thank God that my father was like a strong man in my life. I'm a daddy's girl. So, you know, just the strength that I was able to pull from him and having all my coaches pretty much were men. So I was tomboy, so I was used to being, you gotta go, you gotta do it. Overcome this. I'm still afraid of heights, but we're working on that one. But just knowing that they have always pushed me when I thought I couldn't push anymore, you know, I think it helped me to learn how to push myself. Because a lot of times in this battle, it was like I had to stand for myself when nobody else believed me. You know, I remember when I was protesting in front of the Civil Courts building, and Bob Williams, he snapped a picture of me and my ex-husband while we were passing out literature about the custody battle. That was one of the beginnings of the battle. And I think I had hypothermia because I was just standing there looking like this, but yet still, it was just like, no matter what the temperature was, I knew the issue. No matter what the pain was, I'm going to stand. And I thank God for Martin Luther King. I thank God for Angela Davis. I thank God for Malcolm X. I thank God for all of those leaders who were willing to sacrifice time with their families. You know, maybe they wanted to karaoke. Maybe they wanted to, not saying I didn't, but I'm just saying it was all about balance. And I've done more fighting for the positive than I have enjoying my life, but now I'm at a point where I'm able to kind of balance it a little more. Because I was always occupied. Man, see, you helping me to figure out some things too. But yes, you know, I think it seems like to me that God never allows you to go through something that won't help you later on in your life, you know.
And you created the organization in what, 2000?
2006. 2006. My grandmother, she just died February 24th.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And her birthday is February 23rd, and that's the date that my organization was founded in 2006. And I was just thinking about that at her service, you know. But then, you know, when I think about how long she lived, hey, I have to survive. I have to fight. If she can do that, if she can live that long, then can I just hang in here and, you know, stand up and hold the banner for missing persons or anybody, you know? Because now this is, even though I'm dealing with a missing person situation, I just love people. And I don't like injustice at all. So I just help whoever I can. I have a girlfriend, Marie Vale. She's dealing with breast cancer. I created her flyer. I didn't care about money. This is a necessity, you know. They knew I could do it. I did it, and I'm happy that I'm able to assist her and other people who are going through whatever, because that's therapy for me. It's giving me something to do. How can I help? You know, people helped me when I couldn't help myself. How can I help people who can't help themselves? So it just, all of this really has fueled my desire to help others. I love people. And you would think that, you know, like sometimes people, they'll get this stereotype was like a rape victim, for example. They may feel like, well, if they were raped by a black person, then all black people were this, or some white person did this and all. I don't see that, you know. I'm not going to think that all people with money are wicked just because money and power overrule my situation. So, you know, and that comes back to the foundation, the biblical foundation that is within me, you know. So, you know, without that, I don't know. I don't know how people can make it. That's just a governing system in my life.
So what is your message to others who are going through this same thing?
My message is, if you don't have God, I feel for you. Get a relationship with God. I'm not going to tell you what to believe. I know what I believe. I'm a Christian. I read the Word of God. I believe in the Word of God. And living in the perilous times that we do live in, it's essential that you have a foundational base. And like I said, I just don't see how a person can even exist. What's your purpose? What's your foundation? What is your right or wrong? If you don't have a foundation, you'll have chaos. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're having a lot of issues in our society. As an educator, I teach my students, hey, like for example, I gave them this situation. What if the streets didn't have stop signs? You know, some people were happy, I can do this, I can do it. Well, you can also lose a loved one, you know, because somebody cut them off or something tragic happened. So once I got a chance to kind of get them to see the other side, then it helped them to think about others more instead of just thinking about how they would feel or how they could just benefit. So, you know, and I think that's what you learn going through a lot of trials and tribulations. You get a chance to taste what other people have experienced, you know, or since you experienced it, you know.
And your message to Christian, wherever he is?
I love you, I miss you, and I'm sorry.
Theda Thomas says she will never stop looking for answers in the disappearance of her son, Christian.
Dawan Ferguson was convicted in the death of his disabled 9-year-old son, Christian, a month ago. Now, a St. Louis County jury has convicted him of 5 sex crimes against children under 14. Ferguson will be sentenced in 2 weeks for the murder of his son, who vanished in 2003.